Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to another Supercoach Insider podcast. My name is Swizz, here live on Tuesday night. We are officially 2 days out, exactly 48 hours out from the first game. Richmond Carlton kicks off, and we'll actually start locking in our teams. There'll be a few people annoyed because of the round zero, and there's definitely been some frustration because there's been some pods, some people that players have loved. And unfortunately, they have gone massive, and now they're going to be in a lot of people's teams, and we'll talk a lot about that. The idea for tonight's show, obviously, I'll be answering your questions as always, so feel free, put your questions in, I'll answer it. I'll be going through my team as we go along and talking about what I'm thinking, which players are definitely locked in. I am pretty locked in with my squad, bar maybe one or two players. It will depend. It will depend on final teams with a couple of these selections, but we'll worry about that. As the night goes on, there's going to be some special guests joining us, and we do have special guests joining us from the straight away. So I'll introduce them, and we'll get into all the formalities as normal. First off, as always, subscribe, like, do all the things that you need to do for our channel. For me directly, it's Swizz26, Supercoach Insider 100 on X. We've got this. We don't really use the Facebook page that much, but we do have the Facebook page. We've got the YouTube. So we obviously always appreciate your support. So the first guest I'm going to welcome in is from the Centre Bounce community. Joe, welcome, mate.
How are we, Swizzler? It's been a long time, my friend.
I know, mate. It's actually, it's been a couple of months since you've been over. So, it's great to see you, mate.
Happy to be back. Always open to being, invited to you boys and talking to you. I can sit and talk with you for hours. My favorite Richmond supporter in the world, I think I might be able to say, apart from a childhood friend of mine. So that you're in very good company, my friend. And
I always love how you say that, because I'm about to actually have a second guest. So there'll be three of us on right now, and he is as passionate as a Richmond supporter as we get. So before we introduce him, mate, where do the good folk out there find you? What are you up to? And then we will introduce a second person.
Going bananas on the Centre Bounce YouTube channel. So head on over to the Centre Bounce. No, we are not changing our name. I know they might have scrapped the Centre Bounce in the footy, but we're hoping to be heritage listed in due course. So the Centre Bounce on YouTube. We're on Facebook and Twitter as well. So check us out.
Love it. All right. As I said, there is a second guest here as well. Welcome, the great man, Godfather. How are you, mate?
Good. Thank you very much. Actually, hang on. My face is going all over the place. I can't center myself. I'm trying to calm down here, but very good. Thank you very much, Swizz. Thank you for having me on.
You know what you remind me of is that on the old computer screen, and you'd see the that square move, and then you'd be hoping it'd go in the exact corner to change color, but it just never did. That's what I'm seeing with your face at the moment. I love that, because I'm hoping you go up into the corner and then we get a different color, Scott.
Yeah, because I think Joe was tricking, because Joe was moving around a little bit, and he got me very confused. So I started moving around as well. But anyway, I just woke up from my grandpa nap, so I'm just awake now. I'm about to have some coffee, but I haven't had it yet. So I may be still a little bit daisy right now, but I'll eventually answer some questions. But I'm looking at how many viewers do we have on at the moment? Do we have many viewers on?
We've got 16. 16 have jumped on from the start, so it'll build as always. As a few people start to find us and get their dessert down for the night and start getting themselves ready for bed. And as somebody did send me last week, they did watch me in bed, and it was probably a bit creepy having the photo of their feet at the end of the bed as they watched me on the big screen. But hey, I'll take any support. Like that's great. So thank you to that anonymous person. I did actually hit them up and say I do love the support nonetheless. So thank you. So no, it's great seeing you two boys. There's obviously a lot going on. As I said at the start of the show, 48 hours out from locking in our Richmond and Carlton players. So no, it's really exciting.
Well, actually, my team is already locked up. It's already locked. It's fully locked. I haven't changed my team since January. Would you believe? All right, it hasn't been changed once since January.
I'd say the only reason you would have done that, Scott, is you've lost your password into your account, because there's literally no way you've only changed your team once.
Well, I'm talking about AFL fantasy. I've already done one change, but it's the same, nearly the same thing.
The Ferrari is fully revved up and ready to go, Godfather. The Ferrari.
Yeah, we've got the Ferrari. This year we've got a turbo engine put in there as well. So last year we didn't have that engine. So this year we've got the turbo engine charged up, ready to go. We've got some mag wheels. So it's the red color. So we're looking to go very, very far this year. Hopefully, I'm hoping maybe minimum top 4 again this year, minimum of my spuds. But I think the two of you can fight out with me. Maybe we've got top 4, 3, and 2. So we've got to find the winner somewhere as well. Maybe it's in the audience, the winner somehow. We'll find him.
Or her. Like, I'd happily have another Emily.
Yes.
Exactly.
Find that person. No. Yes.
Does that mean you're starting very few opening early buy players, Scott?
No, I've actually got a lot of early buy players. I think I'm happy to cop a couple of donuts in the early buys. It doesn't worry me because my team, because it's best 18, I've got some guns in there. So I want to shock people when they see it. So I don't actually need 4 players every buy round. I can take a break. Okay, they can all relax because the guns that I've got coming through are unbelievable right now.
Love it.
I like that, mate. I like that. It is going to be a good discussion. We'll get some of these questions up in a second, but sort of how many of these sort of buy players that we do actually start. I've been tinkering it. It's the problem is the non-buy players I'm not in love with. Like, I keep playing around with putting Cherry back in there, McAndrew. I've even played with LDU, Sheasel, and then I look at my team and it's half North Melbourne, and I'm like, but they're never good. So they're going to get some Supercoach relevant players, but I much prefer the buy players, but then it's just trying to balance out those weeks and making sure you've got enough cover, I guess.
Well, the problem with the North Melbourne players and the Gold Coast players is they both shit around 12 buy. So you can bring them in, all right, and avoid a couple of buy rounds here and there. But in round 12, you're not going to have a bench that's stacked like it is this year. So our bench this year is stacked, whereas at the start of the year, in round 12, all those bench players we have, we'll just hold all those. We've got nothing left. We're gonna have bench players that are scoring 20s and 30s, and when you got guns missing in round 12, you're gonna really need some good players. So I'm just trying to pick a team with not many round 12 buy players, and unfortunately, Petrarca's destroyed me because I was going to pick him, but he made me change my mind now, so I have to start Petrarca.
Yeah, round 12 is stacked. It's ridiculous. Like, almost all the best players are in round 12, and the annoying thing is you can't trade out of round 12 because whoever you trade them out to, they're about to have their buy next. It's not like you can trade to someone coming off of their buy. So yeah, 100%, Scott. I've been telling people, like, it's as important as it is to look at the early buys, keep your eye on round 12 because that could really be a great way to springboard your ranks up.
And not only that, when you get to round 13, you have to bring in players that have the round 12, that had the round 12 buy. If you've already got these players in your team, who are you going to bring in? I mean, there's no one to bring in. So you're going to fall behind with bringing in players. So you sort of don't want to bring in too many of these players also. So that's another problem.
Yeah, exactly. I've been toiling with the idea that because even like this whole round 3 buy coming up, and we've got the Bulldogs, the Swans, Suns on it, is even starting Nando and trading him out into a potential day cost. I don't really like side swapping primos, but just to sort of balance it out, because as you said, that round 12 buy is going to be vicious. But I really want Nando up against West Coast and Richmond because I think he could go extreme.
There's a thing also. What's one trade worth? Is one we know one trade is worth 150k or 100k. Is one trade worth 50 points extra? Is another question. Now, how many points is one trade worth? So, are you willing to lose a trade just to earn 50 extra points? I mean, if you're getting 150 points, maybe okay, but for 50 points extra, I wouldn't bother. To be honest, I mean, that 50 points you can get with a captain score these days, and the captains aren't scoring well anyway. So land a couple of good captains, and you'll get that.
Yeah, well, that's the hard thing there because he is potentially the best captain option in those couple of weeks. Unless you're going Petrarca and you're backing him in. So it's either Nando or Petrarca during those couple of games. So yeah, there is some debate about that. And then the other part is do you not go, or do you just hold on to him? And then, but then you're obviously going to be trying to solve those issues as come to round 12 because, is when we go through my team later, you'll see there's definitely 3 guys that I really want who have the round 3 bye. Then a couple of these guys do share buys later on, which does make things complicated.
You don't necessarily have to have Nando's for captain scores. I mean, we've all got the butter man, as you say, as Godfather. We've all got Butters, and Butters' fixture to start the season. It's quite remarkable. He's got North, then he's got my mob, the Bombers, then he's got the Eagles, then he's got your mobs at Richmond. I mean, that is quite a remarkable month of football to get you through. You could honestly just straight captain this guy.
You could.
All 4 of those matches.
You could. But the other part, and it's not even just from the captaincy part, but you look at Nando's draw as well. And of course, like it was a little bit of a down game against Geelong. He still got that flat 100. But he was copping some attention early on, which he's not going to cop in these games coming up. Like they might try, but they don't have people good enough for it. But West Coast, Richmond, Melbourne, and then in round, 6 against the Bombers. So the Suns have a pretty soft draw as well. And we just saw what they did to Geelong. What are they going to do to these teams?
Another thing to consider. I keep moving my head around. I can't adjust
I love
to
it.
this.
No, I love this bouncing around. It's good.
It's not fair that you got Joe in the middle. He doesn't do all this. I have to always move my head around just to get the balance here.
All right, move me, mate. Get me on the side.
No, that's right.
There we go. There you go, mate.
More comfortable now. Okay, this is nice and cozy here between the two of you now. Well, I forgot what I was going to say now. I was talking about something. What were we even talking about?
We're talking about Anderson.
Right, Gold Coast.
Okay. All right. Now,
the jumper that's behind me, the number 9.
Now, you got to consider one thing, okay? We saw Lachie Neale, all right? He had 40 touches. He went at 80% disposal efficiency. He had 15 contested possessions, all right? He did all this, okay? And he only got 123 or 122 Supercoach points, okay? So he didn't do nothing with it. We saw Nick Dacos. He had 141 disposals. He went nuts. And he only scored, what did he score? He barely cracked 130. He didn't even crack 130.
No, it was like 117, wasn't it?
So if Anderson has 41 touches and goes nuts against Richmond, okay, or no, goes nuts against West Coast, what kind of score are you expecting? Because it looks like if you have 140 or 40 touches, it doesn't make any difference anyway. I think you need to kick goals. I think that the player that kicks the goals, has the goal assists, is the one that's going to score well. And Petrarca is probably going to be that boy. The other boy that should be considered is probably going to be Pickett because if he's going to have the midfield minutes, have 25, 30 touches and kick 2 or 3 goals, these are the players that are going to score from the looks of it this year because scoring may not have changed, but it looks like it's sort of, it has changed. Something's gone different. I can't work it out.
I can tell you that, Scott, because I chatted to a couple of people about this today. Firstly, we've got the 23rd man for each team. No longer a sub. They're coming on to impact the game. So you look at Collingwood, Pendles didn't come on until the 20-minute mark. He still scored 100. So before where that player would have got subbed off at some point, and you would think a rookie comes on and barely scores, or, and the player that's getting subbed off gets subbed off injured, gets a low score. They were using him as an impact player. So Pendles comes on for a 10-minute spurt, gets involved, had goal assists. Next quarter, gets involved again, kicks a goal, that sort of game. So he ends up having a lowish effective game in regards to getting possessions and stuff like that. But what he does with the ball is really highly rated, especially from a Supercoach point of view. So he comes out and scores 100 for a guy that spent minimal time on the ground, where normally you just sub that player off, or they'd come on late and they wouldn't get the impact they would. So that's firstly what's happening. And you can see teams like the Swans did the same thing with Papley. quite a few teams are now using these guys as impacts throughout the quarters, but not actually spending much time on the field. The second part to that is these extra 2 players that now we've got involved are taking all the scaling points. So where Tim English, for example, kicks that winning goal, normally that would get him 20, 30, 40, 50 points for it. He gets bugger all because there's no scaling points to go around because these other players, the 23rd man for both team, are taking the points. So what did English end up with? Like 117? I think he got like 10 points for that goal, where normally it'd be through the roof. And he kicked 2 big goals in the last quarter. So you've got this problem now where we're losing the scaling points and we're getting an impact from the old sub. The points that we used to have going around aren't there.
Yeah, and not only that, if you have actually, you mentioned scaling, if you have a look at the score from what's that website called? It's actually a good website, the footy scores.
Yeah.
And you look at the scaling, because right down the bottom, right on the negative, it says how much they got scaled out. A player like Sinclair, he lost 15 points in scaling. Like he would have, the score that he got, it's losing 15 points extra. He would have got an extra 15, so he got 140 points. Instead, he got 125 points. So the scaling was out of the roof, but it's not a positive, it's a negative. Most of the scaling is negative now. So
yeah, and you have a look at some of those AF scores up against the Supercoach scores, and they're nearly balanced, or even in advantage of AF, where before, like, you'd get like maybe like a Windhager's or even like, look at Flanders, 100 AF. And he's only scored 77. Now, he has butchered the ball, but he's getting you are getting punished way more for butchering it. Myers is another great example of that. He had, 121 AF, but 75 Supercoach.
He got the same as Petrarca in the same game.
Yeah.
And the same AF points, but one of them got 100 points extra in Supercoach. So I think all it is now is if you can find players that can kick goals, and have, I mean, I was going to say have good disposal efficiency, but Lachie Neale went at 80% at 40 disposals, and he still didn't get a good score.
That's why.
If this is their ceiling game, all right. So if Lachie Neale gets 40 disposals and can only score 122 Supercoach on a ceiling game, what are they going to do with their flaws? They're going to score 60s and 70s.
Well, Petrarca, that was the best game of his career. Ed Richards, I think it was the highest rated, like, a midfield attacking game since, like, Gary Ablett Jr., where he kicked a couple goals, but he had 16 goal assists or 16, maybe scoring assists or something like that. It was just off the charts for a midfielder. And, he still scored really well, but previous years, that'd be 170, 180 point game. But because the points are just not going around, he would get 140, 144. It just, and even Petrarca, like that Petrarca game, how highly it was rated, that would normally be a 200-point game
minimum. So going back to my point now, if you're going to use up a trade to bring in a player that's going to go nuts against Richmond's and the West Coasts, and it's going to have 40-odd touches in that game, he's not going to score anyway. He's going to probably score a 117 or 118, and you're probably only saving 30 or 40 or 50 points. So I don't think it's really going to matter that much. I think if you can balance your team out, have players that are impact players in your team, that's going to make the difference this year, those impact players. And I don't have the cooliones to do it myself. I can't put enough impact players in my team. I've got spuds. I can't afford the impact players. So we don't have gun players at Abs Magic. But the impact players are players like Rochelle as well. Rochelle is an impact player. He can drift forward and play in the midfield. We saw that the Sydney were McAndrew. He kicked 3 goals. He had a massive game. But when does a winger have a massive game in Supercoach? So it was an impact game.
It makes it hard to want to start too many guys in the 600,000s. A lot of people are talking about guns and rookies, and we will get into some of these questions in a moment, guys. But a lot of talking guns and rookies, where I'm actually leaning towards it is mid-price season, because I feel like the high scores which keep these guys up between that 600 and 700 don't seem to be there. like the freakish, 160, 170 scores. And the mid prices, as you said, if they can have some impact on the game, they can score a goal, get their 20 touches. It's, they can still put up their 80 to 100. And the gap doesn't feel as big as, especially from their price. If you've got a guy who's 300,000 versus a guy who's 620,000, I don't think the scores are resembling a $320,000 price difference.
See, we look at our team here. We got what's his name on the bench? In our forward line, the boy from St Kilda. Forgot his name. Let me find
Flanders.
him.
Philippo?
Yeah, Flanders. We got Flanders in our teams. Supposed to be the gun midfielder. Okay, had 28 disposals. Went at 61%. That's pretty much his average. He's going to go at 61% every single time. He's not a gun, and he's a ball magnet. But there's no point being a ball magnet if you can't kick the ball and kick goals and create goals. So I'm really tempted to switch him to Rochelle. At least I know Rochelle can actually create goals. So I need creators in my team this year. I think it's a year of creation. Okay, we've got to be very creative, and we've got to watch our players become very creative. I think.
I love it. That's very religious of you, mate. We're the year of the creation. that's good. We will get into these questions because, as a few people are saying, there is apparently 3. We'll go 2 great people with us today. Okay, so first, Kev. Hey, Swiss. I see a lot of familiar, similar teams. Yes, this is, I think, the impact of having round 0, because now we've seen a lot of these scores. People who were fading Petrarca, which I'm really annoyed at because he hasn't left my side. I sort of get off the hook with that. I've had Sinclair. I haven't had Nas. So a lot of people are now making those sort of pivots. And then you've got, people like us 3 and plenty of the other community to sit there and say, oh, get this player, get that player, that people are tuning into more. And you do see a lot more similar teams. I don't know how you boys feel about that.
If they saw my team, they would go nuts. But I'm not even allowed to show my team. I had someone message me, said, "Whatever you do not show this team," and I'm serious. They said, "Don't show it because it's crazy, because it's so different that the people might change their structures and follow me. And if they do follow me and it goes bad, I'm going to take the whole community down with me." So I said, "I'm not going to show my team. I'm just going to leave it as it is."
I personally don't mind with a lot of people having. I don't have a lot of time left. I do have to get off, so yeah. I'll make it quick. Thanks so much for having me. I don't mind people having similar teams, I suppose, to start with, only because I think forever Supercoach is always about trading. Who makes the best trades? Who makes the best moves? Regardless of how much preseason training and reading and preparation that you might put into it. At the end of the day, Supercoach is not a game that you're going to win in round 1 or round 2. It's definitely a long haul, and it's definitely who can pick up on the trends first, who can pick the right player, who can identify the role change, and it's still a trading game at heart. So people can start similar, but ultimately, as the season goes on, the good coaches will be able to rise up the ranks and take advantage. If there are newbies who don't exactly know what they're doing and copying a lot of content creators, as you say, Godfather, there'll be a bunch of people who, they need training wheels, and you're someone who's obviously very experienced. You finished top 4. You don't do that with fluke. You do that by playing and seeing the game a certain way. Those guys will probably fall over and crash and burn if they don't know how to drive that Ferrari. It's too powerful for them, or there's certain gear changes at this certain rev that you need to do. So I'm not altogether against.
Yeah, that's fine. Teams. Before you have to run, Joe, and thank you so much for coming on and joining us as our first guest tonight. You are the perfect person to answer this one from Kev. Can you please discuss Caldwell?
Oh, love Jai, Kevin. Love it when he gyrates all over the field. He's a superstar. He's got no more wrapping on the knee, which is certainly a positive sign. You definitely want to see him fit and firing. When the guy gets 60% plus CBAs, the guy can average 110. There's no early buy, which is definitely a benefit. There are a few more players that can run through the midfield, though, this year, now that we've got a fully fit Darcy Parish, who will continue to be the number 1 midfielder. I've heard some reports and some interviews of Zach Merritt, and he says I'm starting on ball, especially against the Hawks. I'm their first bounce. So potentially it's Parrish as the first mid, Merritt as the second mid, and then it could very well be Caldwell as the third, maybe sharing with Durham every now and again. So yeah, I think there are other options at the Caldwell price point that you can probably get a bit more consistency out.
I love that. Beautiful. I'll leave you there, Joe. Thank you so much for jumping on, mate. We do appreciate you coming on.
Oh, no, thank you so much for having me, Swizz. It's always a pleasure. Been long overdue. Godfather, always an honor and privilege to share the same screen with you. Looking forward to doing that in the not too distant future. It's been a long time.
Thanks, Joe. And I realize I'm the third favorite Tiger, so I'll take the third.
You are the third favorite Tiger. Yes. If we have a few more collaborations, you might just displace Swizz. So let's do it.
All right, guys. I love that so much. Thanks, Joe.
No worries. See you guys.
Take care.
All right, Scotty. So you and I, mate, the Tiger connection. How are you feeling about us on Thursday night? Do you think we can do it? Do you think we can beat the Blue Baggers?
Is no good, I think, Swizz. I mean, you just watch the practice game, Swizz. I was gonna call you Habib because I always call him Habib. So but it was terrible. I don't know what our game plan is, to be honest, Swizz. I don't know what's our game plan. I mean, what do we?
I can see it. I feel like if all the rookies are playing what they want to do, but because we've got injuries galore, especially to the young fellas who are meant to be our future, it is a little bit mix and match. But I do feel like we want to, like a lot of teams now, speed off the half back line. And that's where the game's going. You've got to have that speed through it. If you don't, you like Carlton got absolutely found out on the weekend. Like the Swans got speed on that game in third quarter and they were left for dead. And you know what? That's been proven by Sam Doherty, who's come out and said the exact same thing. So that's not just us saying that. That's that's their heart and soul former leader of the club. So, you know, it shows that's where the game's going.
Yeah, I mean, handball straight to the opponent. We're playing a Ferrari game, okay? It's a Ferrari game, but we don't own the Ferrari. We don't know how to drive a Ferrari yet. So we'll get there, okay? The game plan will be good once, maybe in 3 or 4 years' time when these young boys all grow up and become gun players. But at the moment, it's going to be a tough watch, I think. I can see a bottom 4 one more time for us Tigers.
Carlton's supposed to be calm when I leave the ground on Thursday night. We do have another guest joining us from SDS. Steve, how are you, mate?
Sorry to interrupt your Tigers chat, fellas. How are we going?
Get us back onto the Supercoach questions that our community are sending in. But welcome, mate. How are you?
Yeah, doing good, mate. Hope you both are doing very well on this fine Tuesday evening. Actually, as we're getting very close.
I'm going to be stuck with SDS for a while because after we finish on here, I'm on SDS's channel next. So we're going to be talking to SDS for hours.
Let's bring it over to my channel, mate.
Just calm it down.
All right, we'll get the next one. I do apologise for going slow through these, but it's a lot of fun at the moment. Corey, great bloke, Corey, good North Melbourne man. Is it okay still to go Bont? I have a very strong opinion on this, but Scott, you start this off, and then Steve-O, you can get involved in this one.
I have a very strong opinion on this one also. The good thing about the Bont, all right, one thing I like about the Bont is he's an impact player. He's a perfect player for Supercoach, okay? So he's virtually what you need as a Supercoach player, but at 600K, all right? Not at 700K. So if he was 600K, I would 100% get him, but at 700K, sometimes you have to be a tight ass. Okay, you got to be a little bit tight. You got to shop at Aldi sometimes. Go to the markets. Don't always go to Myers. Okay, that's what I think.
Steve-O?
Can't get Bont. Prefer to go to the Salvation Army. So won't be able to afford him, but I'll tell you what, you can back him in every week to be as safe as houses. So, Corey, if that is what your gut says, then go for it, mate.
MJ is going to never invite me back onto the coaches panel again. Last year, talked up Saron Sonic Chronic and was very disappointing for the output that he put out the year before. I come on this year, number 7, the Bont, and absolutely could have not talked him up any closer to the moon. I'm like, what changes? There's no Treloar. that he's going to be centre bounce mid, ends up playing half the game down the forward line and has the little centre bounce impact that he normally would. And the worst part about it, when the game was on the line, they went with Richards, Kennedy, and Libber in the midfield. Bont was nowhere to be seen near that centre bounce where they were trying to win the game. And I'm like, wow, let's just ignore that episode completely, because I've gone from, oh, yeah, Bont's the biggest lock in the world to, yeah, I'm not paying more than 605 for him.
Yeah, sometimes cash is king in Supercoach and team balance, so very hard.
Exactly. One from Nelson. Good bloke, Nelson. Welcome back. Thanks, mate. Wondering who over the 40% owned you are fading. As I get on my side here, I'll talk more about that. But is there any popular picks that you guys are just saying, no, I don't want a bar of? Or
well, there is one now. The St Kilda boy, I'm really starting to struggle to find a reason why I should pick him. And we just mentioned him before. But actually, let me find my team. I'm going to see who has.
Well, I'll get this up because I will share my team. So I've blanked it out. So the first person that I've got, because I'll have the ownership numbers here. So the first person I'm picking, and this guy's been in my team for a couple of weeks now, and no surprise, it's Jack Sinclair, who's now up to 29%. And Nas, who is the guy that we are talking about over 40%, he may still not be over 40% come the next couple of days. But yeah, he is still sitting at 40%, and that is a fade for me. I was on the fence, was picking Sinclair anyway, so it wasn't a debate for me of Sinclair versus Nas. It was more a case of Nas versus another player, and debating over which other player is going to be sacrificed to have him. But I preferred Sinclair because I thought the role now opens up for him. No one's going near him. He's just going to able to freewheel, do whatever he wants, because all the attention's going to Nas. And then if Nas gets through that attention, maybe somewhere else, if another midfielder pops up for them, or maybe they go, okay, Sinclair's impact's a bit too much. But what has been shown by the Perryman tag, and Perryman was the perfect tagman because they've been training Nas to go forward. Perryman plays back. They want him to go down into defense. And it's like, well, Perryman can go there too. So he just followed him everywhere and he didn't have to hand over. And now, so every team now is going to be like, well, Nas is, taggable. So I'm just going to, we're just going to put attention in him, and Sinclair will just keep running around doing his thing. So Sinclair is my first player locked in tonight. And yeah, Nas, he is the one I'm definitely fading.
Sinclair at the start of the year, I announced him to be my weapon. So I was that confident with Sinclair. Yep. But the problem for me is because he passed that 10% ownership. I could no longer have him as the weapon, so I went with someone else and I sacked him. Then actually the next one I also sacked. So I actually don't have a weapon anymore. I've sacked all my weapons. But with Nas, okay, one thing with Nas, he's actually suited for this game as well because of the impact. The only thing with Nas is the starting price. What price do you want to get him at? Okay, so he's going to have bad games, but he's going to have a big game. He's going to score a 171 in one of these weeks. We don't know when, but when he scores that 170, it's when you vice captain him. So you want to have Nas as a vice captain, but never a captain, because of his high impact. But paying 600K plus for a forward, I'd say no way. I would not pay that kind of money.
And this has also come from Byron. It is an inside joke there, but Steve said that's what he's asking. Nas to Sinclair, is that the move if you are on Nasira at the moment?
Yeah, that's what I would do. I'd go 100%. You have to have Sinclair. He's got the best role in Supercoach. The player who's got the best role in Supercoach next to him is the coach. Okay, it's between the two of them, the ball hogs. Okay, and 100% you need Nas. He's actually better than Whitfield now. Nas, not Nas, Sinclair.
Nas,
Sinclair.
Sinks.
Yeah, Sinks
is what we're going. Steve.
Well, if you are a Nas owner, I would probably swap to Sinclair. I mean, there's every chance this is Nas's worst game this season, and no better, and probably the best time to get a bad score is because it's only part of one price cycle. Nas got Melbourne. He could go 160 this week, and and cut sick. But yeah, I don't think he's been in my team at all. I think the way things are going, he might be eligible for Scott's new weapon with the way the ownership's going. So I wouldn't fully rule him out, Scotty.
Well,
Actually, I didn't think of that. Actually, I could get him as a weapon soon. Mate, if he drops down under 10% ownership, I'm actually going to consider Naz as the weapon. It's a good point.
the other part there is the draw after that. It's like the Giants in Brisbane. It's not exactly what you want to be coming up against. And then it's the back-to-back Adelaide Oval games. So, yeah, there's every chance, not just from a potential tag, but just as in a result, like you get more points if you're going to be in winning teams. And they are going to be some really tough games for the Saints to win.
Actually, do you have a price predictor there? Have you got one of those?
Yes, I am. So I'm just getting it up. So I've given him 110 against Melbourne. The Giants,
I'm going to give you the scores now. Okay,
you give me the scores now.
All right. First of all, you got to put the score he put on the weekend because that's not on there. So you got to put that on.
No, it is in there.
No, it's not.
It is. It's automatically in.
Are you sure?
100% sure. It's up the top there.
Okay, all right. Break-even 169.
Okay, all right. It is there. All right. So against Melbourne, all right. Let's give him a. All right, let's give him a 110. All right, let's be generous.
Yeah.
All right, 110. All right.
Yep.
Against GWS, let's 80.
Yep.
Against the Lions, 80.
Yep.
Against Port Adelaide, let's give him 105. Give him one big game. All right. And mind you, 105 is not enough. Okay.
Yep. I already got him 105 for that one. Yep.
And what's the next game? Because you're blocked.
We'll go Adelaide. This is the last one here. So this is the 6 rounds.
All right, let's give him another 100. Okay, let's say he had a good game. Give him another 100.
I'll give him 105. I just think there's a little bit there. Okay, so we project that he is going to come down to 590. If I've got that right. No, it's less than that. It's
528.
528 by the West Coast game. And then he's got Carlton after that.
So that's how bad our players are going to drop this year. Okay, that's just one example of how our players are going to drop. And you're going to pick up primos this year, all right, by the bucket loads for around about 500K, easy. Guns. You're going to have a team with 23 primos on field, probably another 6 on the bench, primos. You're going to switch them around every week. So that's how cheap they're going to become.
Even if you put him staying above 100 every of those games, which I just did, he still drops down to in that 570 mark, which I still think he's going to have a poor game in that. So he's dropping cash. He's dropping minimum 50K, just straight off.
And scoring hundreds these days is not that easy. Okay, it's not like last year where you could score hundreds and just and not even think about it. And like Smith, okay, he would score 150 and air kick the ball. You just look at the ball, he gets points for it. You don't get them no more. Okay, so actually, talk about Smiths. Okay, how much? What do you reckon?
Before you get onto that one, before better get another person who's just joined us. It is one of my co-hosts, Benny Boy. How are you, mate?
Good, lad. Sorry for the late entry. I've got kicked out of the studio, so I'm actually downstairs in the bedroom. I had to give Swizz the finger for 5 minutes just for him to notice me. So the times have changed.
I did notice that. I was just like, but the Scott's got some fire for us right now. So
that's right. I'm with him. It was 100 against Adelaide's Godfather, mate. You're right. Swizz just overriding you. Not on.
I love it. So, Scott, who were you talking about? What was your next person?
I've got a short memory span, okay? So I can't remember what I just spoke about. So,
I love it. It'll come back. Firstly, Benny, how are you, mate?
Yeah, good. I think the valid questions on what you guys are saying is stats with the extra player and the prices coming down. I think I might be a little bit crazy at the moment, guys. I think I've just gone like full AFL fantasy, just mid-price to heaven, just sending it. I think I'm just gonna, and I feel like if I go guns and rookies and I go lots of premiums, I'm too stubborn because I back them in. Back your primos. It's the old school mentality. Whereas if I go more mid-pricer, you're out, you're in. If I stuff up, I'll just go one down, one up. So I'll go pick a rookie I've missed, upgrade the other mid-pricer spud to a premium, and I'm more flexible. So I think that's how I'm going to approach this year. And we'll see. We'll see how we go. It could be horrible.
I love it. I love it a lot. All right, we'll just go for a couple of these questions. because they are lots coming in. Mick, thank you for 3 legends. Well, it's now 4 legends in here. I like this from Masturbator All-Star Threesome. All right.
What?
Declared war. Happy you like the pick, Swizz. Oh, this is pants off. Jeez.
God.
People who are DMing me laying in bed. I don't even know how this happened or why this happened. I blame JP for starting this. Michael, if Dev Rob is out now, the rumor is he might be all right, but he did come off the training track with a quad today. So it is a must watch because potentially he misses the first week, depending on what they want to do. So this is the big news out of today.
There was a report just came out that said he was back. He was okay.
Fine.
So
no. So what happened was he came back on, and then he went back off the track again for treatment. And then I think the training session may have ended or whatever. So he did definitely return, but then he did come back off again. So
I think I've seen something post that saying that he's fine. I think he's fine.
Yes,
he's still in line
another
for...
post saying he is fine. But in saying this, you know, he is. As much as I think he's definitely in their best 18 coming across, there is a possibility, and it's now the same with Hayden Young. Now, Freo have not named him on the injury list. He did again. He was the same. He wasn't there in training today. You know, there's some question marks. So likely, I think both get named, but there is a chance here, and this is where Michael's asking the situation. Thoughts on keeping him and making him your loophole player this week if he doesn't get on the track this week, thinking he's going to come good, or do you go somebody else like a Doveston or whatever, knowing that you might need Robbo in a couple of weeks' time anyway to trade him in? So this is going to be the discussion because we don't know yet. We're obviously on air here until what's that game? Sunday. So we're not going to know, and it could be one of those laid out kind of scenarios or something. So yeah, it's going to be one that we're going to have to watch over the weekend.
So is there a question there somewhere?
Yeah, the question is...
He's cheap. He's cheap, mate. Put him in your side, and if he's not named and you have an emergency gone big, then you can use the loop knowing that he'll come in. And if you don't need the loop and you're not sure if he's going to come back, then you could just try and find another rookie that's playing, I think. Yeah,
I think as I said, it's like if you've got like a Doveston, if you've had Butters go big and if you wanted to say, hypothetically, you were doing Butters into Nando, it does open the ability there for you to use that as your VC captain loophole if he wasn't to play. If you knew that beforehand, I wouldn't be banking on the fact of a last minute out because that's how people do get themselves in trouble for that. But he's the sort of guy like they're going to play him. Even if he misses this week, they're going to play him. So I'd be more on the fence of putting him in than leaving him out. It's just, I guess, if there was some short-term play you were thinking about, or if there's a rookie there that doesn't come off, at least you've got that option to go to him. But, we think he's going to be one of the better rookies this year. He's come over from Brisbane, done his time. So I'd keep him. And Masturbators, she said the same thing. Yeah, I'd keep Rob if it's especially only 1 week's. But she said Cogs just made its way into the team for Young. So that's another topic.
Oh, Cogs is a good one. Swizz, we know you're not you got a baby now, mate. So we know that you're not a fan of the late pullout. So good to have you on board, my man. But Canelio is a real big one. So I'll let you host, my man. But Canelio is a big one because my big scenario is he played a lot forward and he only got a smidge of CBAs, but if he goes big again this week, the short-term cash play, and that's a big if because he could spud it up and be typical Canelio that we know, but because he's already played 1 game. So if he goes big this week, you're going to find a lot of people trying to do the old switcheroo, trying to get the short-term cash play and trying to maybe figure out a way to get him in next week. So I just think the first round score is big enough. And if he doubles it down and happens to go big, then that would be something that would be interesting, I think.
The 4 CBAs does worry me. But Steve...
I'm surprised he got in there at all.
Yeah, Steve, you go, mate.
Yeah, with Cornelius.
That's 3 times I've gone Steve and Scott's gone. But
No.
You're right, mate. You go, Scott.
You said S, so I just heard it. You looked at me. I saw you looking at me. So
I love it, mate. I was looking at you.
But actually, I'm gonna let Steve answer this one because I feel bad. I've just hogged up.
No, go.
So let's see, Steve,
okay,
you go
Steve.
for it.
You go, Stevie.
Oh, you 3 are absolute geniuses. So I'll try my best. But I think the 4 CBAs concern me a bit, and seems like they're preferring a Harry Rowston type. So I'm certainly all aboard on the mid-price madness, and my team review will be out at 4 p.m. tomorrow. So not one for the faint-hearted, that's for sure. But it does not include Canelio. I would have liked to have seen high CBAs, and there's just a few others around his price that interest me a bit more.
Yep. No, I like that. Scott, has he tempted you?
No, well, he has if he had midfield minutes, but then I think about it. Okay, if he had midfield minutes, he'd probably be useless anyway. He's probably better playing as a forward because he's got more goal assists and more goals and more impact on the scoreboard. So that's where he's getting his points. In the midfield, he's probably going to hack the ball and go at 60% the disposal efficiency and be useless. So he's probably got the best role for himself, but it's just the role is so hard to pick him. So it's a pass.
Yeah, no, that's fair as well. All right, we'll move on. So Byron, I love the rain top. So that is my cricket club top that I do play at the moment. I've actually in the background. It's kind of hard to see because I'm blocking the mic, but I do have my former club Parkfield who made the grand final for First Division this week. So I've got them in the background, their shirt. So I've got my Tiger stuff as well. So yeah, up and about my 3 loves. Rangers, Parkfield, and Richmond. So we're up and about there. So thanks.
What about the baby? What about your partner?
Oh, yeah, my partner, my wife and that. Yeah, from a sporting
clip.
sense.
Hang on, let me go back. Clip this.
Sporting sense.
Clipping it.
People would probably agree with that. Engo, the Godfather's Ferrari is ready. My Rolls Royce is ready to fly from round 1. Love that, mate. Thanks for jumping on. Papley was the impact player. Yeah, I'm sure I said that, Corey, unless I mucked that up. So, but Papley was the impact player.
Can I just interrupt there for a minute? Because Engo showed me his Rolls Royce. It's actually a Camry. It's not a Rolls Royce. So I'm just going to let him know that it's a Camry broken down. The windows all broken. The engine, nothing. It's just a Camry right now.
Good old Datsun.
I love that.
Hey, Swizz.
Hey, Godfather. Sorry, Ben will get to you. Let's do this. Hey, Godfather, drop that crazy strategy video that you've been talking about. Yes, I like that. Yes, go, Benny.
No, I was just going to say is then obviously late to the party and the rest of it. So I don't know what you guys have covered in there. But my big thing at the moment with so we already know the ruck rules and the rest of it. And the extra player, which is going to take more of the pie, the scoring going down, the rest of it. But I also feel like, with Dacos getting lots of pill, I think the last quarter impact players are going to get more scaling than ever. And because of the extra players on the ground, not at one time, but just sharing those points, I feel like disposal efficiency is probably going to matter more this year than it has probably in previous, where other people would get disposals, but they're not necessarily getting the extra points and scaling because it just doesn't seem to be rewarded at the moment. So I'm looking for people high time on ground that aren't going to get stuck on the bench. And I'm looking for high disposal efficiency and high impact for that upside because, you saw Dacos got 40 touches and everyone's like, oh, where's his points? But I feel like if you're not hitting targets and you're not having impact, you're just going to end up with not many points. And it's different than ever. So that's my kind of take on who I'm looking at and targeting as far as types of players.
He had a couple horrible clangers too. I think he had 7 turnovers. And now when you have 41 touches, you are going to have some turnovers. That's just the way it is. But I feel like the turnovers got punished more from a Supercoach point of view, especially in such a low scoring game. And what didn't help him was also the fact he kicked the 2 points. If he kicks the 2 goals, then he's probably, he's going to the moon. But as Scott said before, you want guys who are scoreboard impact. And he was doing amazing work transition from half back. Some of the things he was doing when he didn't have the ball in his hand and the lanes that he was opened up by his running from half back to half forward were amazing, but that doesn't score your points. And especially Collingwood did a lot of chipping. There was a ridiculous amount of marks playing this kick mark game, 147 marks they took. But a lot of them were through that sort of back line and sort of 20, 25 meter, 45 kicks. And by the looks of it, that's just not going to get rewarded. As we said earlier, those who are kicking the ball forward, setting up goal assists, they're the ones that are going to get rewarded. So, 41 touches looks great. And he played an awesome game. And don't let me take away from Dacos how he played. But from a Supercoach perspective, I don't think that's getting rewarded this year.
But keep in mind, they played St Kilda, who also pushed right back into the mid. Their forwards pushed right up to the middle of the ground. So virtually, they had nowhere to go. All they had to do was chip the ball backwards. Yeah. So which now goes to my point as well. We look at the Collingwood defenders, and like when I saw Josh Staples score, I got very excitement. Okay, and I started putting my team. Was locked in my team at D1. He was straight away in my team, and then I had to think about it, and I said, look, well, look at his average last year. He's basically the same role as he had last year. And he wasn't averaging, he's only priced at 520K. So maybe I was overreacting, is what I'm trying to say. And that probably goes the same with the other Collingwood boy that came from Port Adelaide. Maybe we're overreacting with their scores, especially the Collingwood defenders, because we're not going to see this during the whole season because of the fact that St Kilda pushed their forwards right up the ground. So it was a bit different.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Paul, thank you for joining, mate. Yes, a lot of legends on the one show. Whitfield or Jordan Clark's been asked for Hayden. Now, this my second player that, and it's just an obvious one to add in straight off, and I don't think anybody doesn't have him. I'm actually surprised because the highest owned player is Jagger Smith at 84%. Connor Rosie's only at 65%, so I don't know what 19% of people are doing, because I just think this guy's a lock, and I don't think anyone's going to argue with me. Speak up if you are. But the question then is the next couple of players. Now, I tinkered with having Jordan Clark in there because he doesn't have a bye. But Whitfield versus Jordan Clark, are you in love with any of these players? Or do you is there a situation where you're like, no, I could see myself owning one of them?
With we lost the young man.
Yeah, Benny's there.
It's my fault. Sorry, guys. I was checking the chat. I was looking at the comments and seeing all the great stuff, and it was great. Saw people agree with me. Said people good to see me back, and I went to go try and get the chat out of the way, and the whole thing disappeared. Sorry, Scott.
So saying Ben there, Rosie's locked us D2. I don't think there's any disagreements from anyone out there. And as I said, I'm surprised he's not one of the highest owned players. But then some people are potentially either here for a D1 or D, maybe potentially 3 situation. I've looked at Clark because I do like the fact he doesn't have a bye. I get worried about how Freo transition the ball. They aren't trying to slow it down. Maybe sometimes they go a bit too quick, but we know they want the ball in Clark's hands. McVee coming in, what sort of impact's that going to have? I think for Jordan Clark, you're sort of paying for what you're getting. I don't think he's a bad pick. He doesn't have the bye, but I just don't think there's the upside as well. Whitfield, there's some good reasons. Obviously, the bye and then versus Sinclair again. The later bye suits us. But then there's also now they've got another young fella in there that took some points on the weekend. They've obviously got Lockie Ash. Where do you sit with these guys, Scott?
Originally, I loved that Whitfield pick until I saw these practice games and round 0. And then as soon as I saw round 0, both these players not on my radar at all at the moment. Whitfield may be a little bit more than Jordan Clark. I want to see more of Jordan Clark. He needs to be an impact player, high possession player in defense. He's not that kind of player. He's more a defensive. He is, I suppose, a bit attacking, but I think there are better options, to be honest. There are much better options. And so for that reason, even though he's got no bye rounds early on, like McKercher, okay, I think at 440K is a very good option. In round 5, we have Newman coming through. I mean, if you could sort of hold one spot for him as well, you need a spot for some of these players. We're also going to switch some of our players from our midfields to our defense later on, because we've got a lot of these Buderick type players that are playing bronze Buderiks. They all need a spot in defense. And so I don't like Whitfield this year as much as I liked him last year for some reason. And the scoring's not working like it worked last year.
That's fair.
It's interesting. My take on that as well is I actually quite like the Whitfield, mainly for low ownership. But the other thing I have is he hasn't been setting the world alight necessarily, but after I think it's their bye, their draw opens up quite significantly, and I think there's about a good 6-round bunny round where I think he'll just towel. And my kind of thinking is, well, if I don't get on him, I'm not going to be able to upgrade to him, I don't think, by that bye round. So that's why I'm kind of leaning into that point of difference where once he gets through that bye, he might actually towel up and possibly being Coming in late to not thinking it, but kind of even going him over a sink, or just for some point of difference where I just don't like Sinclair, and he's burnt me big time before by not picking him. And it's probably a personal vendetta against the man. But and the other thing I'll say about Clark as well is that he tends to be the quarterback. So when the ball pushes in deep, he's the actual last line defense to look for that outlet handball to then be that disposal guy. But even if they have a CBA or up on the wing, they're pushing up, he's still the first outlet out of that stoppage. So I'm not sure whether Fremantle were using him well enough last year, but that's his role. He's literally sitting out the back of a stoppage waiting for that outlet to go, and I just don't think Fremantle were good enough at using him. And it all depends on Ryan as well for me, because if Ryan's not there, then it's pretty much Clark's whole back line. And yes, he defends, unlike North Melbourne players that don't have to because they just get towed on and have no repercussions. So I think there is another 5 points in him, but it is a gamble. That's the big gamble. I do see a little bit of upside in Clark if he can not score those 50s and 60s that just towel your whole season, but he does have a big ceiling to boot. So I'm thinking he's going between that 1.5 to 110. Unlike Swizz, I think he's got about a 5 point gain on him if he can string it together.
Yep, that's fair. All right, the Rucks is a big one. So Michael has asked, thoughts on McAndrew at R2 and Cherry with Coleman Jones. Now that will probably make Scott and I laugh a little bit in case Cherry gets injured, and if Coleman doesn't play, you can use him as a loophole. Even another backup for Gawn, and with the 5 bye round players in a team. All right, so I'll go straight off to my side here, and there's no surprise. So the 2 rucks that I have actually in at the minute, I've actually got Tim English. I have played around a lot with having Cherry in there, but I do get worried about spending so much money and the issues that the Rucks have been having. If you look at some of the Ruck scores, if they didn't kick goals on the weekend, they actually scored putrid. The goals were saving them a lot, where Tim English does look like he can move around the ground. I know he kicked a late one. He did kick a couple, but he's the one that looks like he's going to move around the ground better. I do know Cherry's obviously not the one got the bye. My second ruck at R2, and there's a lot of controversy about this. I can't believe he's owned 55% because, again, he should be the most owned, be it if it's in your flex, your R2 or your R3. But McAndrew is on my R2 position. And my actual bench ruck at the moment is White, who's 13%. I know he's not playing, but there's a loophole option. And we'll talk about some of these other options like ZZ, Reid, and all these other players that we can potentially look at in our ruck position. Just in regards to Coleman Jones, so we can actually properly answer your question, just seeing if I can sort of see him there, because I'm going to gather he's not owned by much. Oh, he's 119K, 1%. So, but he doesn't have the dual position like the other players. So that's what I've got with my ruck line there. And I think this is just a whole ruck conversation about what do we see with McAndrew? Where do we want him for starters? Because I think we might all be different on this. We might be all the same. So I'll start with you, Steve. McAndrew, where do you have him? And then I'll ask the second question after that. Who are your premium rucks, or who do you think you could at least look at as a premium ruck, Steve?
So McAndrew currently is my R3. I am starting to get a bit terrified about all the other third ruck options, and I've gone Tim English in there as well. I'd certainly like to have McAndrew on field, but the other options are terrifying me, and I'm certainly wanting to prioritise an extra rookie in the defence mid or forward line. So I've gone that route, and I've gone Byzantini R2 for the time being. So I couldn't believe I've done it, but I think the risk versus reward, I don't know. I like the idea of it. Do I love it? No, because I did Flynn R2 last year and that traumatized me enough. So I just thought I'd do it again. But
did you end up getting Briggs in last year? Was that Briggs? Was that you last year with the Briggs?
No. I don't remember who that was, but I've gone Byzantini. The hope will be that he doesn't get absolutely mauled by Cherry, because after that there is actually a decent port run, and if Josh Carr isn't as trigger happy as Minnie McQualter was last year, hopefully we can get a bit of money in, and we'll see what happens. But certainly terrified to say the least. But I think McAndrew, as long as you've got him, I think that is the main thing. Just make sure when you press save team, it's McAndrew in.
Yep.
Scottfather, is Vicentini a bad Italian dish?
Sure, I'm not Italian, but I'm sure it is.
It sounds like a horrible Italian dish. A Vicentini. It's an absolute clusterfuck of whatever you put into a dish.
Man, where's McAndrew for you?
He's been floating between R2, R3, and flex, depending on the mix of my side. I've got English as well. I know he wasn't scoring great, but I just think he did look good and he covered the ground well. And I think Brisbane have a full ground defence that probably, was more accountable towards him. But on a larger field as well, like an MCG or something or other, or a defensive line that's not as switched on in unison, I think he's going to towel up. He was actually jumping as well, getting some hit outs to the front of the stoppage, which I was impressed with. And he just looked fit to cover the ground. So I think English and Grundy, we're looking for people who can pick up the ball around the ground. I think we'll probably be the ones to go, which makes me concerned about Cherry, just his ability. He was one of the ones that I had to change a rule for because he's 50, 60 meters away saying, yeah, that's my ball. And they're like, mate, you're ages away. So
that was the thing. North have games because I'd actually call time off and Cherry be, as you said, it'd be 60 meters away, like puffing and puffing. Hey, yeah, I'm getting there. I'll be there in a moment. And then, of course, he'd whack the ball down and bear hug someone to probably save energy for himself. And then they'd throw it up again. And so there's going to be none of that this year.
That was the strategy. He had to bear hug people to get a rest. So, I just think that. But the issue is that Cherry has such a friendly run to start this year against Rucks. But we already saw English didn't exactly towel up against Brisbane and an inexperienced ruck line.
About these,
it's a mess. It is a mess. So I've got English at the moment. I have had English Cherry with Andrews, at R3 or in flex, just depending on how mid-price crazy I go. Because I have so many mid-prices that flex is now kind of a mid-pricer, so I'm having to put him in R3, and I'm like, it's just stupid. Like it is stupid. But yeah, rucks are terrifying. I think Grundy's probably going to be in the top 2 with English because they do get around the ground with disposals. But then Grundy has such a hard start to the year that I think I just can't start him either. So with the bye, with the hard rucks he's up against, I think, and rucks are big. They take a bit longer generally. The back half of the year, they explode because they're big guys. They take a while to get their match fitness up and they'll get better at exploiting the rules. Teams will get better at actually slowing down because at the moment, every team's going 0 to 100. They're just go, 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 go. You've trained all preseason. You're just going to have to take off. Everyone's going and trying to play fast. But then in 5 weeks' time, everyone's going to say, oh, we suck. We can't play fast. Carlton will say we need to slow it down. And, then I think there'll be more of a few more contests, a few more tap works, and then the bigger guys will actually come into it a little bit more. But I think that first 6 weeks, they're dropping cash. So,
Scott.
I'm gonna pass on the on this question because my whole structure is based on my rucks and at the moment I'm keeping this very hush hush.
That is more than fine. We'll have to sign up for the Herald Sun and Code Sports to actually see it.
But I
think my team. See, I'm different, mate. I'm a man of the people. Not saying you aren't, but my team is meant to be released on the Herald Sun, Sky and Code Sports. And I was like, no. I'm going live on the show because the public need to see it. They don't need to pay their $1.
If you're a man of the people, shut the fuck up and let the Godfather speak.
Swizz, which team did you put though? I mean, your team changes every 5 minutes. It doesn't matter which team you put in there; it's going to change anyway. So, what I'm trying to say is, if I tell you my R1, who it is, and you're going to freak out. So, I mean, people are going to say, you can't have this as R1, okay? This is a joke. He's not going to do it, okay? So what's the point of me even saying who my R1 is? Because I'll put it this way. If you had 600K, I'll give you 600K to spend, all right, on any player you want. Who are you going to spend it on? 600K. Forget the position. Which player would you spend 600K on? The first 4.
Luke Davies-Uniacke.
Yeah, he's actually 525K, but that's a good pick, yeah.
Save 75K.
Yeah, at 600K, I mean, I've got a choice. Do I pick Ed Richards or do I pick a ruckman? All right,
this is it. Yeah,
I'm picking Ed Richards. All right, every day. All right.
Mm-hmm.
At 525k, do I pick Uniac or do I pick the Conning?
Yeah.
I'm picking Uniac. All right.
Yeah.
So why am I going to spend 600k on a ruckman that's going to drop down to about 500 or 450k by the time they drop in price? I'm just going to wait. So
Scott, so you don't need to say it, but I will say from a good friend, you obviously know him, a good friend of mine, Grimo, has been playing around with the idea where Visitini, McAndrew, Mason Cox as his 3 rocks, depending on how Fremantle line up. And I couldn't love that anymore. I was just like, that's a thing of beauty. And if that was to work out the way he hopes and that, it could just like explode. But I think he's gone English for now.
I haven't gone that expensive. Okay, that's too expensive for me. Okay, now I've gone
That's all we need to say. You don't need to give away any more secrets than that.
I can give it away because I mean it's okay. I can say because it's going through my head anyway. I'm actually not doing it. But before you laughed at Coleman Jones when he mentioned Coleman Jones.
Yeah.
Coleman Jones is actually my current R3 right now. Actually, he was my R2 at one stage. Okay, so I had I've got 3 players at 120k between R1, R2, and R3 right now that are sitting there, and because you don't need these ruckmen, all right? You got best 22. You don't need a 23rd player. What do you want to? What do you need from a 23rd player to score? If he scores a 0 or he scores a 50, doesn't matter. Well, because those points are going to come on your field. You don't need them. So I'm playing the flex game. Okay, so you got flex there for a reason. I'm utilizing the flex. So what's the point of having this player? So I've got at the moment a Big Mac at R1. Okay, I'm telling you right now, Big Mac's R1. I've got at R2. I've got. Let me check who's my R2 is. I think I'll put the Geelong boy there.
This is awesome. This is an exclusive, people.
You can't actually. This is going to go to air. I better shut up.
No, I love it. We've got R1.
I'm not going to.
You heard it. It's a Geelong. It's a Geelong player, and then followed by a North Melbourne player. I think we're good.
We're stopping there right now. Okay, that's the.
No, but that's a good strategy though, because there were years gone by. I think it was people. They got crucified, and then the best ruck combination of the year, I think it was Nate Curvis when he went from Sydney to Richmond, and then it was Witts who came from Collingwood, and they were both very cheap, and they were the best ruck combination that you could have started that year with. So if they're number 1 ruck, sometimes you just have to back them in. And I think you're right. The flex is the only one where it's kind of injury insurance or spud insurance. My only concern as well now that we have the extra 2 players, yes, we know that some of the ceiling might taper off, but I think some of those bad scores, which we've already seen because we saw Reid have 17 hitouts for a 20-odd. So I think instead of we used to get 40s and 50s, I think we're going to get a few more 20s and 30s, and I think some of our rookies are just going to get absolutely tanked into the ground for generation. That's my concern as well with the low end.
I don't like ZZ, who's your guy, unless Draper is named, and obviously they name all 3 of them this week. And then that would be a little bit of a thought, but that's more because Harris
Andrews insurance, and in 2-3 weeks' time, he's out again anyway.
That's the hard thing anyway. So yeah, I'm not. The only reason I was kind of leaning towards ZZ was more because of my I think
desperation.
This is my D. No, this is my D. My D4, and it's an Essendon player. As I keep throwing this up, and I don't know if you guys have thought about this, but I do like the swing combination here in defense, but because this guy is playing ruck, I do have Blankinson in the in my defense, and he's actually my D4. I'll leave my D3 for now, but as we're just sort of running through this, but yeah, the guy who's going to be playing ruck for Essendon for at least 6 weeks, and they might still take a couple more weeks before Byron comes back, but Brian comes back. So I kind of like the idea of ZZ because obviously you can loophole between them, but the fact that Blankinson can just move into my rucks anyway, and that's kind of why I don't mind the dual position player and somebody like White. White still might not be being the person, but I like the idea that I can move Blankinson into my rucks. And I kind of, not knowing your complete strategy here, Scott, but there's a part of me why I don't mind your strategy because there's another ruck option that we can move into our ruck lineup. When we get the extra dual position, which is round 6. So where I actually got round 1 and round 5, where we don't have the bye rounds. So you're not even playing best 23 with your flex. You're actually playing best 18 for 3 of those weeks. So I can warm to your strategy because Blankinson can just become my R2 on field and then hopefully he's made enough cash and I can upgrade him to a full and premium ruck anyway.
You don't even need him as a defender ruck though, because even as a ruck forward, you can then go ruck forward into your forward line, and then be able to with Butterick and stuff like that into your defense, and then he goes into your ruck line. So you can still do it. You don't need. But the big thing is that if you just have a ruck only though, you're not going to be able to push him to the forward line, and you're not going to be able to push him into the defense.
That's why I've got White at the moment because he's the cheapest option and he's the dual.
Just got to ask Ben a question with ZZ Top. Because we've been talking about ZZ Top for a while, but ZZ as you would call him, but he's ZZ Top at Abs Magic. So we've got him in our team. But can you see him playing that defensive role? Is he going to play in defense? Can you see it happening?
I think they probably prefer him over Joyce. He's a little bit more mobile, so he's been impressing. So he is a key defender that's now playing ruck. I think they like his follow-up work, his work rate, and he has really shown a great growth to learning. But even when you look at our best 22, it was great that he was in there to begin with, but that Draper position kind of opened up for him. So he earned his debut. If you look at our best 22 and our best 23, he ain't in it. So he would have to knock out. So yes, he might play for 3 weeks for Andrews, or if Draper or Fort. I can't see him knocking over Fort. It's a double premiership player. He just provides a lot of stability around there. So it would be a big effort for him to knock over Fort. He's not getting rid of Draper because they just recruited him, and he could replace Harris Andrews short term. But again, it's only a 2 or 3 week play. So I'm happy for him, but he ain't playing. He ain't playing.
Yeah,
that's just my Brisbane feel.
Yeah, because if I get him for 3 weeks, that's all I need him for. So
you might get one. I think one if they announce with Darcy if he gets named, Draper. Sorry, so if Draper's named, Fort's named, ZZ's named, then you have. And if Harris Andrews is still suspended for 3 weeks, then you actually have him for 3 weeks plus the bye. So that kind of does give you an extra week of coverage with 2 price rises if he's still named in that spot. And I think Joyce is a bit big and slow, and I don't know how fit he is, so they might actually prefer him to provide some stability and allow that also to ease in Draper, etc., into there, not knowing that he has to play a full amount. So they could almost do a 3-way triangle in the ruck line to keep Draper fresh as well.
Yeah, for sure. Interesting. Reid is still in 49% of teams. I haven't been a fan at all. I said he was a bit of a spud coming over. He did have 17 hitouts, and that was the same as what Pitternet got, but his impact on the ground was just minimal.
He has to be number one ruck. He just has to be number one ruck. He's not a
if
forward.
He's not number one ruck, he's useless.
Yeah, with Reedy, with Pitternet, I mean, when have you seen Pitternet play a full season? When was the last time you saw Pitternet play a full season?
That's the only thing he's got going for him.
So you got Reedy on the bench. He's going to slow burn, but then eventually he's going to have one of these big 80, 90 point games. He's going to have one. He has to. And
so he's ready to go.
Just sit him on the bench. He's not doing much harm, and he'll get there. So and the worst case scenario is he may get dropped. You could use him as a loop once in a while. Then he'll come back in again. Then he'll be the R1 for Carlton. So you never know. He might be R1 for the season. He might go nuts. You never know.
Yeah. It could be like the was it Kaczynski or who was the Hawthorn guy that was like spudding, and then the 1 week I needed him for an injury, he pulls out like 100. So he could bag a game. He could just absolutely bag one game, get a spike score, or he could be your injury recovery. He's just sitting there for 18 rounds, and next minute he's there. You need him to cover an injury, and it's a godsend. So I think you could do a lot worse at your R3.
Yeah,
better than ZZ.
From Hawthorn, he kicked an absolute bag against St Kilda and Launceston, I believe, 4 years ago. So, yeah, I think that's what you're referring to.
Yeah, Chris was a very unhappy camper that day. He's like, are you kidding me? I think I had an injury or a KO or something. And I was like, oh, well, I guess I played this guy on field for 1 week, and he went big.
All right, well, we'll go through a few of these. Okay, so are we more confident in Carroll's job security with Clark O'Connell and Burns are still out for multiple rounds.
No.
No. I've got Carroll in at the moment, but he's the one guy that I keep taking out. I'm not a huge fan, but at least I know, like, if he's playing, he's going to get dual position. But I'm just not he's the one that I just keep wanting to take out on my side.
There's a play that you can do, okay? Now, we've got $10 million to start with. Yeah, we've all got $10 million. I know this one of you is cheating. I don't think none of you are cheating. So we've got $10 million.
I'll pay the ransom. I'll pay the ransom, Godfather. I'll pay the ransom.
So what you can do, all right, as a cheat, if sometimes you need that extra 50 million, all right, 50,000. Sometimes you're 50,000 short of having these gun players that you want in your team. If you don't bring in the Essendon boy in round 1, and you bring him in once the St Kilda boy has his first pay rise, you can actually do a switch and earn that 50K extra, or you can even get Grill. If he's going at 60s, we could probably even get Grill for the extra 60K he's going to make. So you can switch your St Kilda boy to Grill in round, round 3 or round 3. So that's another play you can do by starting the St Kilda boy. Sorry, I'm forgetting names. I'm getting old.
Yeah, Carol. The best thing I've been telling everyone is that Christmas was 3 months ago, so all the carols are out for me.
All right. Well, Masturbator didn't agree to with our Dogs and Lions chat. That's fine. Paul, I'd like to know.
Oh, Swizz, you can at least leave that comment up for a bit longer for the picture.
We've had it up plenty. Paul, I'd like to know what you guys think of Hamish Davis. I'm really annoyed because I was going to take him last pick in a very deep draft, and somebody took him the pick before me. So thanks to whoever that was. As a real pod to start off with, look at his last few games last year, and then his game against Port, which he absolutely killed his game against Port. He's playing wing for them, but I will just get up his numbers. So while you guys, I don't know if you've taught, even know who Hamish Davis is, but he's a midfielder playing sort of that wing midfield role at West Coast. And he will be somewhere.
Yeah, but West Coast have picked up quite a few players though, and even now you got Dersma playing wing. It's the old case of the draft pick comes in and just kicks out people from the side. I mean, you have West Coast picked up more players than anyone, I think, from SSP and from the cheap end of the draft picks.
The problem is
I'd be cautious.
218. So compared to some of these, and I know Scott's big on this, not overpaying for some of these rookies and stuff like that. But I can see what he's sort of saying. He had a 72, 66, 55, but it's not. He looked good in the practice match, but it's just not enough for a guy who's, if he was 150.
And as a midfielder?
He's a midfielder.
Yeah,
I know the midfield light, but
I got him in that draft that you're talking about, that deep draft that you couldn't get him in. I got him that draft.
That was you.
But that's all you're getting for the draft, I think. Not Supercoach for our teams.
Yeah, no, that's fair. All right. Who else we got here?
Now,
I don't really like Cheese.
Actually, we'll speak to this young man because he's a good young man to Cheese. But me and Steve are going to go pretty soon because I've got to do a podcast with Steve. So we'll answer Cheese's question and another one after this one.
He's very much talking about what a threesome this is, but we will find a couple of good questions here.
And Swizzle will fix you up. Pay the ransom.
The scoring in the opening round did feel different. Yeah, we did talk about that at length, so that was good. Hey, Chris was on here. Hey, Chris. But here he goes. I don't really like Cheese. I'm still high on Finn Callahan. Is he still viable? I think he looked way better than what he scored.
Well, I am high on him, but it's hard to build a case with a score of 89 for a player that price. I genuinely think he is a strong top 8 contender, but I am happy to pick him off at the right time because I saw the clip from the coaches panel a few weeks back when they had Pig Mentality on. Finn Callahan last year got the most handball receives in the competition. And for a game, for the new rules and changes, for a game that's moving even more into the transition style, he's going to be a winner even more. So I'm definitely very keen, and I think people should be on Finn Callahan, but I'm happy to take my time with it.
Unless the handballs came from a stoppage, like Tom Green out used to get it in the trenches, handball it to
But
the
all the-
outside,
Oh,
and
they've
then
got
he was.
Clary now.
Yeah, I know he's got Clary. Clary looked like Green. The bloody curly hair ginger looked like Green. I was like, what's he doing out there? I thought it was Tom Green out there, and it's not him. Clary.
I think with the midfield, go 8 spots in the midfield, all right? I think with the midfields, with Callaghan last year, he was running to defense a lot, getting a lot of the cheap ball from defense, from Whitfield, and they were running the ball forward. He was very useful last year, and I loved him last year. This year, it's an impact game. I think the attacking midfielders are going to be rewarded more than the defensive midfielders. Not the ones that go into defense to get the kicks, but the ones that go into attack to get the kicks. Players like Heaney, I think Goulden, these players that can kick goals that have high impact. I think these are the dangerous midfielders to have. So with Callaghan, he was in my team all year at the start of the year. He got injured, took him out, but he hasn't come back in again since I've seen the way the scoring is happening. It's starting to worry me. So for that reason, I'm sort of not on the Callaghan bandwagon right now until I see different. So I'll probably wait. It's probably a wait and see for me.
Yeah. Then the magic number comes in. He has his buy, and you're not going to be paying more anyway, even if he is scoring well. So I think, especially with those with the early buy, I think you can almost afford just a little bit to kind of wait and see. First upgrades.
Yeah, no, for sure. All right, for you two boys, I think we'll leave it there. Thank you so much. Firstly, Steve, SDS, and Godfather. Obviously, mate, you guys both do a wonderful job. Firstly, Steve, where do the people find you?
Stephen DW Smith on Twitter, TikTok, SDS_Supercoach, where I do shortened versions of my content on YouTube, and SDS Supercoach on YouTube. It will be good to pump out some content throughout the season. It's been a pleasure talking with you three gentlemen. I'll be speaking with Godfather very shortly, but Swizz and Benny, I'd love to chat during the season, but just in case we don't, wishing you both the best of luck for the upcoming season, and hope you
May you nail your rookies. May you nail your rookies.
nail your rookies and go Byzantini.
Love it. And Scott, mate, I know everybody knows where to find you, but for the one or two people out there that don't?
In the supermarket aisle where the potatoes are, you'll find me there where all the spuds are. Okay, so if you look for spuds, you'll find me, and I'll be around. And thank you guys for having me on your channel. It's been actually Steve did ask first, and we pushed in and we got Swizz out the way. So it was supposed to be Steve first today, but we sort of pushed in and got Swizz out the way. He got the preference because he's a Tiger supporter. Okay, and because obviously this channel is the one that gave me the first opportunity.
Your first, I was going to say,
yes,
the first. I remember.
This was the first channel that gave me the opportunity to speak what I wanted to speak. Even back then, if you can recall, you didn't see my face. So my face was hidden even on the first. My face doesn't come on because if you watch The Elephant Man, it's something like that. So I get very scary. So you shouldn't see the face anyway. So thank you for the opportunity again, and many more times. Hopefully, I can come on your channel and keep chatting away. And actually, I'm very happy that you guys have actually put up a video because I've been waiting for one of your videos for a long time. I haven't seen any of your videos.
I know
these guys. Okay, well, I mean, they got married. They've sort of. Both are married, both got children.
I know we're the old men now.
It is very much like that
in
now.
a car.
Yeah.
And they don't do videos anymore. Go, what's going on? So I'm glad
I did say this to
videos
MJ the other day. I was like, I've gone from outdoing him, which is some mountain to climb because he puts out 100 videos every year for his preseason, to bugger all this preseason. But it's not because I don't love the community. Unfortunately, my bub that sleeps in the room next to my podcast room, it does make it a bit difficult. But no, it's been fun. As always, loves tuning in and listening to you guys. So thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Thank you. Take care.
Much love, Swizz. Much love, Ben. Have a good one.
Thanks, lads. Appreciate you.
All right, Benny and I now, guys. So
Swizzy! Catch up, Swizzy, mate. It feels good. It's the time passes, and you forget how much you love it and you miss it sometimes. You know what I mean? Because I have been. I reckon it's the old ADHD getting carried away with the like the football cards, the footy cards, and the carry on. And I've been doing some whatnot streams and stuff like that, and it's been fun. And then all of a sudden the season's kind of here because I was like, oh yeah, like I'll do my team. And I think there hasn't been as much even from Herald Sun the couple of guys at work who have no idea. Normally they're starting to pick my brain a few weeks ago because they're like, there's no how-to article. There's no help. There's no help because there's just so much unknown and there's so much open to interpretation that it is crazy. So I could tank this year, Swizzy. Like I've come in, but it's also been good because I have kind of kept out even the ones I listen to the most, like Dr. Supercoach, a few of the other guys. SC Insider, that's us. But there's quite a few. But even the old school. So the Dr. Supercoach and the SC Elites, like the old school, the original ones that are kind of, that we were competing with and everything in 8, 9, 10 years ago. And I've kind of blocked out a lot of the outside noise. And now I'm looking at most owned, and I'm like, but like, am I into that person? Because I see Sharp from Essendon, and I'm like, like I know he's rated, but I'm kind of like, he's an Essendon player and he's a mid, and he's still got Sardis that's chipping at the more experienced. So there's the whole upside, and I'm thinking of just full send mid pricer, just because that's my big concern, man. Is the Ruck rule changes. Cherry was a bunny run, but he's not fit enough to get to contest. English looked good, but didn't score that well. Grundy looked good, got heaps of hit-outs, but still didn't score that well. Dacos got 40 touches, didn't score that well. Richards went bang. So there's got I think a lot of the impact, high disposal, high impact, high time on ground. So then I look at time on ground and I'm like, okay. So I was thinking maybe, Andy Brayshaw from Fremantle. I'm like, surely this guy's got high time on ground, right? Sarong had higher time on ground than him last year, probably because he sat forward. I was like, well, that's not good, is it? So Noah Anderson, high time on ground, I think 87, 88% time on ground. So I think guys that are good in transition, inside, outside, guys that play high time on ground with good disposal, high impact, can hit the scoreboard or change a game are going to go well. And then my other concern with the scoring and the ceiling was what I said before. Like, you're going to have rookies get 20s and 30s, not 40s and 50s, because you've now got extra players playing for longer. So if they're not having an impact, that score over time will start to get diluted because they're playing for more minutes, more time. So I think some rookies going to tank, and I'm not that impressed with the rookies anyway. The one good feeling I had was Lockie Jakes from Dogs, because I've been talking him up. I had AFL cards of him. I'm like, dude, this guy was like pick 29. He got kickouts. He was on kickouts as an intercept defender, a rebounding defender that can intercept, can take it on. He was, I think, all Australian, he got kickouts. So I was like, this guy is pretty much Bailey Dale's replacement. So I had big props on him, and he was going for cheap, dude, like $15 a card. And I was like, this guy's stupidly cheap, and now he's playing. So I had big raps on him, so I'm happy with that. But Carmichael's come out of nowhere. So yeah, I'm big on Jakes, big on Sarong for the opportunity. But I'm kind of limiting. I think I'm going more mid prices, less primos, unless they're value primos, less buy players, unless they're value buy players,
and you say that, a couple
less
of those guys.
And less shit rookies though. Like, as in, I'm trying to limit the shit rookies that might bust a 20 and just tank your season. So I think I'm actually going to have more money on the bench than I have before.
Yeah, as you say, those guys. So yes, my rookies in my team, I do have Sarong. Has played obviously very well in the preseason, plays in that back line, has been pushing up the ground, looked awesome, 77, again, 71%. There's after that, what more do you want? Like, he should be in everyone's team. I can understand not everyone being on Lockie Jacks because some people might have pivoted to Selwood, but Selwood's only in 7% of sides, maybe because that buy issue. But again, 84, like if we talked about projections before. Now, I don't expect him to go 84 every week. But even if it's a case now of, he potentially looks like going, even if it's sort of 50s, like I think that's like it's low from what the kind of role he's playing. But yeah, if we just go sort of on that assumption, what's his buy around 4? So we'll put on that basis, because that's probably as low as it gets. Like, a rookie can score lower than that, but if you're taking kick-ins and playing that halfback role, so if we take him up to that round 6 sort of going at that score of 50, let's just sort of see what sort of score he's going to make, because we do know now that he's got that 84 in his score, and we're talking about a guy that's going to get up to 222,000 even if he goes at 50. So it's 100K back
nice.
there. And that's what we were talking before, like Scott was saying, you want that 150K would be perfect, but 100K sort of minimum of that with your trade out. And that's a guy, I think that's kind of his basement in that role. He could have a bad game in there, but we've already shown that he's got the ceiling to go 84 against a team that's reigning, back-to-back reigning premiers.
Careful how you phrase this, Swizz. Quick shout out as well to Super Blue Iris with some of the comments. I've also got the comment stream up here, and I saw Fozzie's also in there, man.
Yes,
Fozzie as well, loving it.
I've got him, Lindsay. A couple of people have messaged me and said, "Hey, I'm a little bit worried about him and stuff, but could he be Bo Allen of this year?" And there's a slight worry there.
Different type though. Bo Allen was kind of more of a taller defender mid,
that's the problem. Where Lindsay, they have been practicing him on kickouts. He's the worry about Lindsay. The knock on him is actually his defensive game. His attacking game, like he's the one that they're going to want the ball in his hand. He's actually a really beautiful kick. They're happy to have him in kickouts. I think if he was like a second or third year player, they would probably potentially drop him at some point because they're like, you're not doing the defensive work. We need you to do more around that. But being a new player, they will just let him play his game, let him get settled. And even if they want to put more defensive work into him as the season goes on, by then we would have already cashed out of him. So I think early on with their draw as well. Remember, West Coast have a really soft draw to start.
Yeah,
I think he's going to get plenty of kick-outs, plenty of ball in the back line that he'll even as we said, if he's going to that 50, 60s, he's going to make his 100K minimum.
I think with he almost allows McCarthy to play mid as well. So it's not just necessarily about it's not necessarily what he does, that's what he allows the team to do. So I think it's if McCarthy was back in defense, then it's kind of like, well, everything's going through him and not through the other way. So I think with Lindsay, he probably doesn't have to be a super defensive if they're relying on like Jinby bulking up again, playing some of these key stocks and actually having some of the experience around him, because there is some experience around him in that defensive line that they're hoping to stand up. So I think if McCarthy's playing mid, it does allow him to play a bit more free flowing in that defensive line. So I think it is interesting from that sense. We do have a paid one here, though, by the way, with Super Blue Iris.
We will get to that one.
Paid goes to the top of the line, ladies and gentlemen.
It does. 100% it does. All right. Thank you so much. There, Zorko could be D1. Is it the buy that? Yeah. So the buy can potentially the worry. Like, okay, got to take in the fact that he is a year older and that we've seen some players now playing older and like look at Pendles. Compared to probably back in the day where they were retiring by 32, 33, we've got these players running around at 35 plus now. And in the role he plays, yes, he can keep doing it. That is always going to be still the worry for me with Zorks. He's 37. If Brisbane are in the scenario where they can rest him at some point, do they?
They definitely could as well, by the way. It's not even about like, do they need him? No, they need him for the final series, yes. Whereas if there's opportunities against, traveling and not even having to travel, I mean, you've still got Coleman, you've still got Wilmot, you've still got Fletcher, you've still got all these players that can actually play that rebounding defender anyway. So they could easily rest him. And if you watch the series as well as on Prime about, even in the final series, he couldn't even walk to. Like he's getting management weekly. The season will bang him up. That's the life of an AFL player. He's been lucky in that he started later as an AFL player in the professional sense, because it does take a toll on your body. So he's mentioned about the big toll it takes on his body. He does get treatment all the time, and that allows him to keep performing at a high level. He's so competitive that he's going to just give you that high level anyway, which is probably his own big risk. So if you are thinking about it, you could probably just start him. Like with a Nat 5 type, if you're worried about injury in his prime, start them. And if they get injured, you'd use one trade out rather than him going 110 and you're like, oh, great, now I've got to get in Zorko, and then they rest him. And it's like, what the hell? So they don't need him through every game of the season. And with his age, I think they could actually afford to rest him. And his age is something compared to Sinclair. I think Saints need Sinclair more than Lions need Zorko. As far as winning games.
Wilmot, Fletcher, Kitty Coleman, and they've also been training McCarthy to play down back.
Yeah,
so
correct. Yeah,
another swing. Him, and I think this is a bit the situation with trying to train McCarthy there, knowing that if the perfect scenario opens up, they can rest Zorko. But in saying that, also, if the worst case scenario and they lose an injury, that they do have somebody who can come straight in and fill that role if need be.
Well, here's my other sense as well. Not just like if it's a Zorko and with Coleman, there's also a sense that if McCarthy's in the side and say things aren't going well, or he's covering for, let's say, looking at Bailey at the moment, right? Now, there's a chance that Coleman could play forward and McCarthy could play defense. It could happen.
Yeah.
But at any point that could literally happen. It could happen this week if the Lions feel like it's going to be a better matchup for McCarthy to be in defense and for Coleman to be in the forward line. They're just going to do it. They're not going to care what people think. They're just going to do it. And if they both have trained to be able to be at both ends, I'd love Coleman, and I think everyone's gotten off him, which I'm so excited about. And I wasn't even going to say that to the community. He's going to get better each week. They're going to get the ball in his hands more on bigger fields like the MCG and not narrow ones like Sydney. So Sydney is not going to be great, which is probably perfect for me because he probably won't go well and people won't trade into him because it's a narrower field. But any of those larger ones, I think Coleman's going to be piercing with his kick. He's going to get more confidence, and he's so cheap that everyone's going with $170,000 rookie who's never played a game before. And I'm like, I'm taking Kitty Coleman off a preseason, and he's going to get better. So, and I put it in our chats with, I said, the biggest thing is people are sleeping on Kitty Coleman, and that's the worst decision you can make. I think everyone's getting off him, and it's kind of good, but I think he's going to get better as it goes.
Yeah. As we were saying, even games where sort of, your older players, Pendles, Papley, are being used as explosive players throughout the game where they can kind of be mini subs in each quarter. So Pendles goes on, plays 10 minutes. That's all he plays for that quarter. There is the possibility in a game where Zorko could just do that. And, maybe it's end of the quarter, he goes out there, settles them down more against probably an opposition that they feel that they're going to have control over. But yeah, you could see him potentially doing something like that where it's like, okay, Zorko, you just go out for the last 10 minutes, do your thing and do that so they can manage him more through games.
Oh, Zorko could play forward easily. He could be Tom Papley. He could be Tom Papley, just saying stuff about people's mums, just antagonizing. He could be Tom Papley for sure. So, I mean, not maybe as good as Tom Papley, but he's definitely someone that could push forward. I am laughing, by the way, at Foz as well, saying paid chat in this economy. Sorry, mate, but if we see someone that donates and there's a comment there, we kind of do have to make sure we get to it. Otherwise, it's an absolute dog act.
Yeah.
And side note, I'm trying to find $1,000 to pay for a Levi and Will Ashcroft signature patch booklet, which I don't think I could justify to the wife. It's a lot of money.
So it is from Rick, Blakeson or Windsor.
That's a good debate.
So it is a great debate. I've actually got both. I do have Caleb in my team too. So he's sitting there he is technically my D5 at the moment on field. But I do understand why people are looking at one. I know talking to a couple of people, they've got Blakeson in because it's easier to get down to Windsor. At least Blackenson's role is guaranteed, the fact that he's playing ruck. And then if Windsor does come out and it doesn't, it's much easier to go that way than potentially finding the cash to go up. So that's the only thing you have to think about. He's in 25% of team, so he actually has some pretty decent ownership as well. So that's pretty well. And then the last player I'm missing from my defense at the moment, and this will change depending on what's named and everything, but yeah, Colby McCurch is still in there. I've had him in, I've had him out, but he is still sitting in there, and it just depends, I guess, is he right, or if he, how that injury, there's some talk about Caleb Daniel not even playing, and that maybe hasn't just been dropped, and that's McCurch's role.
Wow.
The worry about McCurch, but is, Clarko, does he get sticky fingers with that whiteboard and start moving players around? And, does McCurch end up back on the halfback? From the halfback into the wing or the half forward, like he did at the start of the year. Now, we know McCurch at the halfback scores so well, but how much do I trust Clarkson at different, especially if North are losing? But at the moment, if he's playing halfback.
But if North are losing, though, then they're just going to push him back there even more. So if
they're losing, Ben, like if they're losing a string of games and he's been playing half back, then he'll probably want to change it up.
Oh yeah, to have someone more accountable. Yeah, because I mean, like you have, they have quite a few, but their defensive stocks aren't that great anyway. But the
They're
big
not.
thing for
They
me,
really aren't.
the big thing for me is Caleb Daniel and even the long forgotten Fisher. Like, I mean, Fisher started
Right.
playing forward, which just kind of tells you their plans
Mhm.
for their defensive line doesn't include him in it because he was a bit of a pig in that defensive line. So if Fisher's not there, because he's one that could rack it up off that back line.
Yep.
And if Daniel's not there, then they're pretty much like trying to say that it's McAndrew and Hardman's defensive line, really. I mean, Luke McDonald's still going to play back pocket, play tall, pace more. He's nothing fancy, whereas it'll be those two, I think, Hardman and McAndrew. And it depends if Daniel's getting dropped out. If he's dropped and McAndrew's named, then I think I have to start him. And I haven't had him in my side at all this year because I just feel like that's, overhype. And the role's there, and yes, he could get that lots of ball, but he's also hasn't shown me consistency yet. And he's also another North player where I don't really want to have that many North players for consistency reasons. So, if Daniel's out, dropped, and he's in, then I think that's a big tick that might force my hand.
Yeah, so that's my defense at the moment. We've got Sinclair, Rosie. As I said, Rosie's just a lock. I didn't even bother talking about him.
Maybe not fit.
Yeah, Blakenson, Windsor, Sarong, Lindsay, and Jacques. As you can see, I am going to be very quite here. So
Chris, jump in the chat, mate. Chris, just literally put a headphone on, mate. He's sitting there, lads. Kurt's going 110. You heard it here first. Chris, it's not the last time and the first time that you've actually oversold the promise, mate.
But to answer your question, so Rick, as I said, I'd go the Ruckman and then trade down. But I guess it depends what feeling you've got as well. If Windsor's named in the guts, I can see it's very easy to go there. And maybe you want to back in the higher ownership as well because, obviously one's owned by 25%. So it depends if you want the pod play or not. I just think it's easier for my situation to start both, but start the higher price players, usually the easiest way to do it. All right. Corey's gone. I had Tanner Bruin and Butterick. Those who had Butterick and because so many people didn't, I do feel for
They'd
you.
be upset.
And you would be upset. Yeah, I was saying this to a mate on the weekend because he was so against having Petrarca. I was like, didn't you just get kissed on the old? So very frustrating about this whole round zero. And this is what Kate's say now. How annoying is round zero? Everybody saved with Messiah. Now they'll jump on Butterick. Had him when he was 2%. And from a super coach, if you're like Al Patton and the boys at the Herald Sun and Supercoach, they're loving it because some people's seasons would nearly feel over coming into round one if we had those players locked in because they'll be like, oh my God, I've got to trade him for Butterick, I've got to trade him for Petrarca, I've got to trade
Obviously, that'd be great though.
Player. It's great for the people.
But it'd be great having Naz and then people trading Naz to Sinclair after one round. It'd be hilarious.
Yeah.
Yes. The big issue I have for Suns is that they still have 2 buys before anyone else, which sucks.
It does.
It sucks.
So my 3 solutions this is simple. The number one solution is all teams should play not in round 0. It's called round 1. And you can still do highlight the Queensland and New South Wales. I get that.
Shock horror. Let's just start the season how it should be and play a full round. Yeah, a season.
And the frustrating thing for us here in Melbourne, and I believe Tassie had the public holiday too. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Melbourne buys. How's your day off, mate?
Yeah, but there was no footy here. And you're sitting there going, if you're going to do the public holiday eve game, how's there no public holiday game? Like we would have got
because only you and Sydney probably have the holiday. We didn't have a day off.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Tassie. I don't even count Tasmania, dude. They're just an island by themselves.
Teams, but hang on, you guys don't have King's birthday with us either, and we
don't
play Melbourne Collingwood. So that
I rush home from work. That's Collingwood. Yes. That's a big game though. That's a big game.
What I'm saying is, 2 big Melbourne clubs. It doesn't technically affect you. It does because you want to watch it, but you know what I mean. They could have had 85,000 on yesterday's beautiful weather. At the
I'm not rushing home from work to watch a 3:20 game of St Kilda though. I can tell you that.
Well, if it was Essendon for someone like a big drawing club, Melbourne or whatever, and that you've got to have one of the big teams versus one of the smaller teams on it. But like not even a Hawthorn Geelong, like Easter Monday, it's 80,000 every time. So that's the first thing. Get rid of the whole round 0. Or if you're not going to do that, we already do best 18. So they've got the mechanics in the game to do stuff. They could have just done best 12 for round 0. locked in the players and that, and we actually just start for that. And then, yeah, it becomes really interesting because you go, okay, we're locking our teams, but it's best 12, or you can still, ultimate unlimited trades for the players who haven't played yet, but your players are locked in and those scores count, and just call it best 12 or best whatever. So they've got that, they can do that. Or third, as I've always said, is they do it in FPL. We pick our round 0 team and then we just have an unlimited trade, but at least those points count. So those people who picked up Petrarca, Buderick for first round, now you can make still as many trades, but your points still count. Now, what does that mean for that 1 week? Do people were likely to pick Petrarca? Maybe, maybe not, but at least you get rewarded for it.
Yeah, but if you miss the boat for that 1 week and people think round 0 doesn't count, then if you change the rules and then all of a sudden you have 50,000, 100,000 people, they're like, yeah, I want to play. And they're like, oh, I'm already 1,000 points behind. They're like, no,
yeah,
thanks.
that's the reason they don't do it. But, how many people actually have or signed up just in these last couple of days compared to who already signed up? I don't know.
Well, that's just yours. That's just your wife's account, though, isn't it?
Exactly. So that's just my thoughts about it. But definitely the whole round 1. I think that's sort of I don't find too many people who aren't on board with that.
You know what frustrates me?
Yep.
It's that I like data. I like to kind of say, this is what I did, and this is if it was successful or not successful. This is the data. This is the strategy that was useful for the lineup that we had. We haven't had that for 4 or 5 years. It's been like the sub there, the rule change here, the everything where now we've got more trades. It's everything, and then we've got the round 0. So now we have people with buys. So as in we haven't had any continuity with working out what's been good, what's been successful. And then this year's the exact same. It's a fresh start where we're hypothesizing the best strategy. And at the moment, we're now going, well, there's extra players. The rules of the Rucks have changed. Rucks are going down. Points are going to be distributed differently. What are the benefits? So no one knows. Whereas if next year, I'm hoping that there's some continuity where we're saying, okay, well, this is now how it looks like. We know what the Rucks are doing. We know what the points distribution is. We know the types of players that score well. And then you can actually have a strategy based on the players available, which we haven't had in years. We haven't had any actual idea on what's going to be successful in years, which makes it interesting. Don't get me wrong. So, I'm there just, that's why I'm like, you know what, maybe I'll just full send it and just go mid-price madness, light it up. Let's just try and get a big early lead. Let's buy players, try and get out ahead, and I'll just try and reverse Stephen Bradbury it and just try and get ahead and stay ahead rather than just try and follow everyone and hope that everyone falls over. So I think I'm just going to try and go for the early launch and then try and use my knowledge and game awareness to upgrade, trade, and try and stay ahead. Is how I'm thinking.
For sure. Hey, it's Joe and Scott. Yes, they were here.
A buy every week. It's a buy every. Well, how many buys do we have? So many.
Only in
Crazy.
6% of teams. He's light on. Interesting. Keen on Joe Farrell. No, yeah, well, there was rumours that he was training with the A side and taking kick-ins, but still didn't make his debut. I'm not a big fan of the Essendon
any of them
because I think there's a real chance that some will get dropped. There'll be a lot of swapping around them. So I'm actually staying clear of the Essendon rookies. I'm not a fan at all. I don't really like Chance. Will Powell boys? No, not for me. I probably won't go there in Classic anyway, but he trained all preseason as a mid and looked great. Sure, but I just couldn't do that myself. While I've got my team, we'll just talk about forward line because it'd be interesting to know from people. Does anybody really vary with their type of forward line? I think the forwards are pretty similar for everybody.
The forwards are the most cut and paste line in the Supercoach community.
So I'll put this up. So Sheasel 74 again. Don't know why he's not 84%. I've got him. Petrarca has gone from bugger all owned to everyone owning him. We've all got
Souter 1423 has a good question about C-Mac versus Flanders though, which is probably the most non-cut. Paste.
I love it. We'll get that question in a second. I love it.
Yep.
Flanders, Philippou, because there has been some question about Flanders, but yeah, it's Lombard who was the rising star this week. So there.
Was he?
Yes, he was. Yes. Marshall, Cosy Pickett's, what's he come up to? 28%. So it has had that bit of a drop off there, but that's who am I missing there? So I've got Sheasel, Petrarca. So Butterick is
Philippou
at 20%. So I've got Butterick.
Oh
in there.
wow! So yeah, I think Butterick is about 8%.
He was. So he's gone
Last
up
I
12%.
checked.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah. So he's still he's growing, but he's still not as highly under some. But a lot of people have obviously jumped on. So that is as cookie cutter as you can pretty well get in that forward line outside of maybe going up for Pickett. McRae, I guess, is the obvious one if Dev wasn't up, because there's a chance he plays. There might be a chance he plays anyway. And then Liam Reid is there because obviously he's an R3 option. But yeah, it is as cookie cutter as you can get for the forward line. Sorry, there's no real left field swans there for me at all. But he's definitely just keep it.
It's interesting because I know Chris is interested in Cozzy. I imagine that's the ability to run through the midfield and then push on through. But yeah, there's some really good questions here with Souter as well as Super Blue Iris as well with Charlie Cameron, which we can get into, but also C-Mac is the other one. I mean, C-Mac's got some extra credits in the off season. I think spent a night in prison, so he's definitely got that street cred going for him. Definitely that midfield role though as well though. So Swizzy, let's say with Pickett, with C-Mac, what is the benefit / the risk, especially when you look at the guys who we think are top 6 already, DPP possibly coming in, and then consistency of Pickett and C-Mac that we need to see in order to actually pick them and keep them in our sides?
As we talked about Flanders before, the worry is just sort of his kicking. There was a lot of talk about it on radio in Melbourne this morning, the dump kicks, and is it a case that Gold Coast saw the writing on the wall and were happy to sort of see him go, which the way the game's played, there could be a worry and people jump off maybe the advantage they get. But yeah, they're still going to put the faith in him and get enough ball. And I think St Kilda, if you're paying such a big contract, which is, I believe, $900,000 a year, you're going to back him in and put the ball in his hand. So
at least Flanders is cheap in Supercoach, though.
Yes.
And if you're playing two rucks, it's like, well, come on, Marshall. If you're getting outmarked by a defender, and not bring it to ground, then you're not doing your job.
So he's obviously going to get a lot of the ball. C-Mac, the worry is just that sort of how that Hawthorn midfield sets up. Outside the fact that it came out today with the off-field issues about him and Dylan Moore getting arrested overseas and how much of that impact's had on them and their preparation. But it's still, the impact of, they've still got Newcomb. They've got Ward going in there, McKenzie. I'm just trying to get up their actual CBA numbers from the weekend. But they did run quite a few people. And C-Mac, I think the hope for him is that he gets that real boost in CBAs. Now, he was the fourth banana. So Newcomb, Nash, Ward.
We've got the banana talk, Chris. Chris will be happy. I know he's still in the chat. He'll be happy. The banana.
And then you've got Gilmore and Whittle just behind him, and even Nick Watson ran through there. Butler ran through there. So they were running multiple options.
Watson got into the midfield because they have one of those poles like on a ride that checked the height requirements, and he snuck under the radar and just got straight into the midfield. They didn't even know he was there, Swizz. He was in there they didn't even pick it up because he was too low on the register.
So Newcomb was in nearly all of them, and then you've got sort of Nash and Ward at 21, 20, and then it massively drops off to C-Mac. I would want to see a massive boost from C-Mac before I sort of go in there. At least Flanders, we know the role. C-Mac, it's a little bit, okay, I'm playing forward, I'm going in spurts in the midfield. But
it's temporary. It's half a season. But as in, let's say Day could actually get on the park, and it is a big if. But it is an if. But if he does get back on the park, then the feeling that you're getting, the role that you're getting, is temporary.
Yeah, well, that's right. Even then, it's
So then you might have to burn. So you have to pick him, knowing that you might have to burn a trade, because if Day comes back or he tracks faster, and we don't know, but if he does, then it's like, well, if he's fourth banana, that becomes fifth banana, and then next thing you know, you're not scoring well. So. Yeah, I think that's just something you need to consider. It's like if you're picking him for the season, yes. If you're looking for the short-term gain, then you might have to know that you're getting out of that at some point. And if you're going to have to burn a trade to get out, is he really going to make you enough money or points to give you that advantage to justify holding or starting?
Yes, exactly. I did have a question on the message, and I'd rather stay with the ones who are in here, but somebody did ask me about Jack Ross. because he had 89 points from these last 6 games, that his CBA percentage was over 60%. I think he's capped. I just think Richmond have got so many options in there that they're not going to be.
Any Ross questions, Swizz? We usually give to Chris because he is Ross from Friends with 2 divorces going 3 divorces. 3? Chris, are you on 3? So Chris is our big Ross guy. Any Ross question goes to him usually.
Will Brodie stud or dud? He's still highly owned, and I don't know why, because it's dud. He didn't even play in the practice match, so definitely dud. You answered your own question there. How do you guys rate McAndrew at R2? Well, we had Scott on calling him an R1.
Endless Godfather, R1.
The worry is that obviously, if Riley O does come back, he has a real stinker or whatever, but round 2, 3, 4 is best 18 anyway, so I'm not worried about that. And then round 5 is the only round I've got to worry about. And then I've still got the flex to cover anyway. It's just like covering a rookie. And if I don't go White and go another player, I might have a bench score of 40, 50, whatever, that can potentially cover him anyway. So, and then after that, it's Blakenson for me too. So I'm not as worried about him having as that R2 player. Love the content.
Love
Thanks,
you, Chris.
That's Joe. So that's Jez. Thanks, Jezza. Thoughts on Kitty Coleman? Benny did touch on that before, but yes.
Kitty Coleman. Well, he could absolutely spud, yes, but he's so cheap. He's like 230K. And if you're looking at Grill and these guys at 170,000, 166, 170,000, I just think Kitty Coleman will get better each week. So I think he's the one everyone's sleeping on. I know he has the bye, but I feel like, Zorko with his history, McCarthy's obviously getting old and stuff as well. Fletch can definitely go on the wing, and they're talking about Fletch playing midfield as well. So with the McCluggage injury, Fletch probably goes into the midfield. You're looking at Annabelle probably going to the wing. So then it's pretty much Zorko, Kitty Coleman smacking out the defensive line with Wilmot, who is probably more of the defensive-minded of the bunch. He's the one that can actually defend. So I think Kitty, everyone's sleeping on, and I think that 60 is great for getting people off board. So I'm big on him. I think if he's one little probably surprise, he'll go 80s to 90s and then bang out some 100s and do classic Kitty Coleman. And by that point, no one will have him, and it'll be great.
Love it. Thoughts on wingers being a little bit more consistent with the last touch rule? I've been big on this with the halfback flankers, but yes, the wingers as well. There are those extra, and it's not many, but we did say over the weekend it's probably maybe one and a quarter more, so they probably are getting that little bit more. It's not that even that part too. It's the fact that if they're not the ones taking the free kick, it's usually the free kicks maybe a 45 and might be to the winger anyway. But I think it's more the transition of play, which is the bigger issue here.
But it might also be them getting the free against. The wingers and the halfback flankers, if they're rushed under pressure, they might kick it and then the ball might get shepherded over.
I feel like it's more those guys in the contest.
Deep?
Kicking,
okay.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting.
Guys. I think the thing that's helping the wingers is actually the speed of the game now, like the outside game, because of the man in the mark, the handball running past. Does
that mean that if we go back to say looking at Callaghan when he was on the wing though, those attacking wingers?
Yes.
So you know how the ball will go on one side. So if it's on your side, you could really cash in. So you could see these big spike scores. So you could even see looking at a Dersma or someone other from West Coast, they might really have these big quarters if the ball's on their side and they're cashing in. But if it's not on their side, the only advantage is that teams are kicking it more corridor and getting the ball inboard more because they don't want to go near the boundary. That those opposite wingers might actually get involved a little more, or be a small kick to actually receive rather than a 2 kicks away. If that's what I'm thinking.
The big one for the weekend for that was Goulden actually played wing first half and did not get near it. Really went into the guts. Third quarter dominated, absolutely smashed his score. And then the last quarter, balanced between wing and CBAs, but the wing, he was back in the game. We've seen this with Goulden. It's either down his wing or not. So he actually played, I was surprised how much sort of wing he did play in that first half before making the transition and then having high CBAs after that. It's you can be caught on a bad wing sometimes, and if they're not using it, or if it's not as bad with like conditions these, but sometimes the wind still howls around at the MCG, so sometimes they do play over. It's a lot of the time the MCC wing more than the AFL members wing, so they'll go and play the the game down there, which annoys me as an AFL member because I'm like, geez, it looks like I've barely had any ball over my side this quarter, but that's can be the case. So there is always going to be that worry for wingers. And each teams are going to have a different strategy. Where Collingwood do they went the strategy this week against St Kilda to chip the ball around. Other clubs are going to do things differently. So some teams it will have a benefit, other teams it won't. There with the McAndrew, those that have McAndrew, what is your backup if he only lasts a few weeks? Well, that's it. I've talked about that. About me having Blakiston, some of having Visitini, or you're trying to upgrade him by then anyway because it'll be upgrade season. As we start getting into 6 and 7, is SDS using a face fielder as well? I love that. That's great. I've got a Hawks fan. At least he's hot. Steve-O. Love, mate. You got the love there. What you think McAndrews and Blakiston average, both in experience at AFL level? On one hand, everyone says Ruck scores are down. Then on the other hand, everyone thinks we need on-field points for their points. So I used to always say Ruck walks on the field and they get 80 points. I think with what's happening in the Rucks this year, it's probably more 65, 70. But the fact that you're paying bugger all for McAndrew to come on, I still think they can go 70. It's just that where we were seeing Rucks go 120, 130, I think they come down to between that sort of 100 to 110, even if it's 110, 115, they're still losing 100, 150k worth of value. It's just that, these Rucks will drop from that 80 to that sort of 70 level. But I think that's fine at sort of their place. Blakiston, I would prefer obviously getting in that 80s. But even if it's 70s, I'll take that as a mid-pricer, points on field, as a guy that then can cover my Rucks if that's the way I want to go. I feel like Rucks could be the last position I upgrade. There might be other value. And I don't, as I said earlier, I don't think the gap between the top Rucks and the lower Rucks is as big as it has been in the past.
New Zealand looks like Young and Dev Robertson out for round 1, I think.
Oh, as I said earlier on that, and then the boys were sort of saying, I think that is. So that if that is the case, that's great. Who is the best pod to get?
Look at old news. Someone just said Young's missing round 1, so that's Super Blue Iris. Can you start someone for that much if they're missing round 1? I don't think you can because round 1's full primo, like full. Everyone counts.
Well, that's right.
Dev's fine. Club confirmed it. Okay, perfect. So it's mainly Young.
Yeah.
Could you start if it's a mid-pricer though? Could you start a mid-pricer that doesn't play?
No.
Yeah, I don't think so either. You get
so
a couple of rounds to actually watch him.
I've got in my team here, which I'll finish off in the second with this midfield. But I've got 2 options I can go, and one was if Young was available, and one if Young isn't. So it sort of my team was hinging on that. I'm just sort of having a look through the.
Well, what is it, Super Blue Iris? Is he in or is he out? Because Young confirmed likely to play. Okay, well, you guys, Centre Bounce is there, Chris is there. Chris, you should just bloody jump in the chat and be useful, mate. Don't be conflicting us because I can't. I've got my phone streaming here, guys. I can't be looking at Twitter on my phone while I'm streaming.
Has Riccardi done enough to be in the conversation for a spot in people's team?
No, Riccardi's shit. Has been for a long time.
Like he does.
No, he's useful.
Yes, he's useful for their structure. He's a really good team player for him. But
he's a guy in draft you pick up for a week when he's playing a spud, and then you get rid of him because he's not consistent.
Yep. My midfield currently holds a lot of pods in Brayshaw, Callaghan, Sarong, and Lindsay. Ain't no cookie cutter team from me. Yeah, I like the deal. I was just trying to say, have a look at the percentages while Ben's chatting to see if there is some. Maybe I'll filter this one, have a look at from a price range because we're probably looking at the actual premiums. There is a guy on my side who is a pod in that price range, but we'll keep having a look around this ownership to see if there's anyone else. We'll go into the next question and we'll go from there. Our new coach has already stated that he won't tag Naz next week. Oh, that could be interesting. Fading the Naz.
How can you not tag Naz after someone unless you have no one capable of running with him across 3 lines?
But you think, sure.
Yeah, but then just go, well, as soon as he runs in there, that he's your man. Like, I'm sure you have a capable midfielder, a capable defender, and a capable forward. Just say, hey, if he comes in here, he's yours. But the issue is that you get lost in translation, which is how Dacos gets lost and gets bored when he transitions between defense and forward and wing and everywhere else. So Perryman just absolutely beasted him. Bergman's in that same sort of vein. He can go back, he can go forward, he can play mid. So he's the target that Michael was saying in round 3, which makes a lot of sense. Thoughts off Cameron in the ruck? I actually don't mind Darcy Cameron as a pick. He is hitting. But he also wasn't that great.
He wasn't great, but I don't mind him. But I think you're paying for what you get. I feel like there's more upside in English, but that's right. Is the
I think so too.
break-in formula not factoring the dip in points? Well, it's still going to be. Well, that's it. I guess if you're having a look at the break evens on there, the break evens don't say it. It's more what they've got as the projected score. So the break evens will just be whatever Supercoach has put up the projection. So Cherry will be going off the projections of what he's put up in the past and what against the ruck strength, but they won't be taking into account the new ruck rules. So when you see he's projected to go 145 the next 3 weeks, that's just not going to be the case. He's probably going to dominate and still go 130 over that time, but his projections will be out of whack.
Even then.
The ruck rules. And even then, it could be lower, as we've seen in the past. So that is Young is such a trap. Well, potentially. What are your thoughts on Holmes as a pod? Ben, you can answer that as I'm looking.
Look, you can't even trust him on the biggest stage of all at the end of the year. So, no, like he's a mid only, isn't he? So, like if he was anything else, it'd be great. So, I mean, same as looking at Bailey Smith. If they were forward or they were defense, I think they'd be a lock in your teams, but they're not. So, as a mid though, I think there's a lot better than Holmes unless he gets DPP or unless he gets cheap in value. I think you just ignore the lot of them.
Yep, that's fair. All right, I'll go through my midfield here because it's probably the question about the pod before probably answers this. So yes, I was considering not picking Grill and as well as my pod in the midfield and going Young and then maybe Visitini just because of the extra ruck depth. But so I've gone quite a little bit different. So if
you're not going Grill, are you going Baker?
Ben, you're on fire, mate. Okay, so players I've got obviously.
Oh, was that another grill joke?
Yes. Jagger, 84%. What are the other 16% who have signed up doing? Zach Butter is only 60. Why is he only 63%? Like this guy should be the same as Jagger Smith. He doesn't have a buy. He's out of contract at the end of the year. He showed in the practice match what he can do about his ceiling. He just should be in everyone's team. I don't understand why he's not in the team. He should be in. Dacos is in 57%. I do not have Dacos. I feel like talking about this before, 84%. Not tonight. I was talking this with Benny and the boys earlier in the day. And it kind of worked out that if you total up, and now you don't see obviously the decimal points here, but if you total up Walsh's, Neal's, and Dacos' ownership, it actually gets to Jagger Smith's 84%. So I feel like it's one by player or the other. And I've gone Walsh. I think it's just more value. I am still looking at bringing Dacos in potentially with that side swap with Anderson. I know Abs was trying to talk me out of it before. But I will look at getting Dacos in at some point. Maybe I'll even still make the late change in that. But I think Walsh is just suited for the way the game is going to be played at the moment. So he is very much, and I was actually shocked to see he's only in 21% aside. So Bont's in 26, but we've already talked about this. One of my biggest pods, he has gone up in ownership, and he's actually been in my side before the Brisbane game. But I've been a big fan of Ed Richards. He's the M1. I said tonight when the game was on the line, he was in there with Kennedy and Libar. He was the main man all night. He's not getting the attention because it's all going to Bont. It's as simple as that.
Teams have tagged Ed Richards though. Teams have also tagged Hugh McCluggage over a Neil, over someone else that can get the hard ball. He's the extractor. He's the hurt factor. And don't be surprised if people don't tag Richards.
It wouldn't completely shock me if a team went down that track, but can you?
And how much percent did Bont go forward? Bont will get tagged and just go hang forward. The dogs.
Well, that's the thing. Bont, but and then but I think Bont gets tagged first, and then he moves forward, and then you bring out the Richards.
The other thing is that in the preseason game, Bont had huge CBAs. He was huge midfield, right? Yes. And then this game flipped on his head.
Yes.
So what does that tell you? It's classic Bevo. He played big midfield minutes. Bont played big midfield minutes in the preseason.
Yes.
Right. And then for some reason, if he was sore, like when he came back from injury last year, they played Bont more forward. He worked his way in, and the first part of the games, it was crazy.
Well, the thing, but it's not Bont that's getting kicked out. It's Kennedy that'll
No,
go
but-
spend more time up forward.
Yeah, but Kennedy's still in and around as well, same as everyone else.
but
I mean,
Richards
you've
is
still and
gonna
you've
be the main. Richards is still one of the main guys in there. They're not moving Richards
but
out of that midfield.
Richards could still go defense. He could still go wing.
Yeah,
You've still
they're
got
actually talking about him on-
Sanders to come in. You've still got
I was
other people
talking
that
about
might come
actually
in.
on SEN this morning with yesterday with Corns and with David King.
That's your fault right there.
Yeah,
You might as well just listen to Daniel Gorringe, and
But they were actually talking
and-
about like the actual stats behind it, which is very unlike those guys. Anyway, but they were actually saying, Richards is, I think he's only behind Bont as the most effective midfields from round 6 from 2024. So over that 18-month period, he's been the number 2 midfielder in the league. It's like if you look at all the different stats in regards to it's like clearance and goal assists and goals for midfielders, and they went through all these metrics for it and stuff.
Yeah,
and
but also their podcasters, their media presenters, they would cherry pick. I mean, if it's meters gained, and it doesn't fit their narrative, we're like, well, we're getting rid of meters gained, or we're putting it in there if it helps our narrative. My thing is that you're trusting Bevo out of anything when they have about 7 midfielders that can run through there. Trelaw's not even back running through there because he's not in there at the moment. I'm not worried about
Trelaw because he's cooked.
Fraser, I'm just saying they have a huge breadth of players.
Actually, Bont gave up some midfield rotations to get Fraser in there.
Yeah, but not in the preseason. Bont had huge CBA still in the preseason.
Right.
That's what I'm just saying. You're trusting Bevo, Swizz.
Yeah.
Listen to yourself. You're trusting Bevo.
It worked.
Is what you're telling me.
Yeah, but Richards was still getting main CBAs anyway. Even last year.
You're trusting. You're trusting Richards, or you're trusting Bevo.
Yes.
Which one?
Trusting both of them.
You just fucked up. Trusting Richards was the answer, Swizz. Trusting Richards is the answer. You can't trust Bevo.
Well, you never know. You never know. You
can't trust Bevo.
No, he looks great in there, mate.
He does. Richards is good.
Yeah, Richards is a great player. So I've got him, Darcy Parish. He is what he is, but at his price,
I think Darcy Parish could be the biggest trap of 2026.
He could. It would not worry.
With the rules and with the points and how they're going. He didn't even score that well, and he's a contested midfielder only.
That is the only thing is they can only play him in there. It's a bit like Liver.
It's true, but I mean, are we picking Dion Prestia?
Yeah, but Prestia's body is completely cooked.
I know it's cooked. Are we picking Hopper? If he was 300, maybe. It's the price, though. It is the price.
That's the only reason.
It's the price.
It's the price. And there isn't actually an exit strategy with him. It is Xavier Lindsay potentially for Melbourne. If he
it's Hayden Young if he doesn't get named,
or Young if he comes back in. Or there are options there. Tanner Bruin, no surprise there after his game playing. The surprising thing with Geelong with their half backs was Ryan Myers played half back on the weekend. I did not see that move coming.
Well, I have a strategy. I think Scott just doesn't like guys who kick for goal unconventionally.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the strategy.
That's the strategy there. The young fellow from North, I know some people who looked at Watkins, who's a 25-year-old from Port. I don't like that as much because Wyatt Wines has to come back in after his suspension. Port do have players who potentially could come in. Now, people can get injured, things can change as well. If he gets named, you got to look at it. But I think Blammy sees it. He's at North, there's a role for him to play. He looked really composed in the preseason match. So,
how do you say his name?
Is it Blameyes? Blameyes?
Well, yeah. I mean, I heard there's a bit of a stain on his career because he's a bit of a blemish. But you could be close. Although I like how Chris is getting in here, trying to put comments in, like one of the community, and expecting us to justify his Tom de Koning selection of all things as well. And I love Blue Iris, man. I know I haven't been really present in this off season, but Blue Irish is Iris is absolutely cooking in the comments here.
I love it. We'll get through some of those comments again in a second. I've actually got Cook in. This could change depending on who else is named and stuff like that. But Braden
Cook over Nankervis?
Yes. Yes, I think he's got the role. And there was a talk about another injury at Adelaide, and it's escaped me who might be missing. But Cook, was playing off some half back, and I actually think
but Nankervis as well, though, right? Like, and even he's 280k midfield or something. I think Nankervis for Adelaide. I think they're both playing a similar role.
Similar role. There is a way to get down to that. There is Chase Jones, who's playing wing for them.
Chase Jones.
Yeah.
And people have also flagged Rory Laird as why people aren't selecting him 1% owned. There was a question about that as well. So when you look at, say, Cook coming in and Curvis playing that defensive line possibly as well, do you think that Adelaide are trying to shift with a more dynamic, youthful defensive line that can move and take metres gained rather than a Laird? Not saying he's slower, but I'm saying that he is more aged and probably going to be a little bit deeper in defence with a more rational head making good decisions rather than just take it on. Like, what do you think that Adelaide are actually doing in their defensive line?
Well, I think Laird, like he's got the ability to find the ball easy. Like, yes, he can rack them up, but it's a little bit of the Luke Ryan factor. Do they actually want the ball in his hand is the next question. And is he more an accumulator than a damaging player like he maybe used to be? So are they trying to change it up? Because we talk about it's all speed now, and the way they're playing. So I feel like he's more that quarterback.
I feel like I need to defend the Laird master, because when he was in that defensive line getting that 105 to 108, I'm going to say probably 105 average, he did have a high one-on-one contested ball winning ability. So I think he'd actually be a pretty good one-on-one defender as that quarterback, as you say.
Yeah.
But I think you're right though. He probably doesn't have the speed, but I think he's still got that contested nous to be able to win some one-on-ones.
Late in games, I'd be happy for him to have the ball, chip it around, composure. But if they're trying to get fast ball movement off the half back line, like Zorko can still go. Like, he gets that ball and he can still pinpoint a pass. He's still,
Mate, he's first in the queue at the local cafe for a coffee, I'll tell you.
100%. Where I just don't see that as much with Laird. Now, Laird can rock it up, and we've seen with Freo. Yeah, Ryan racks it up, and they're actually trying to move away from Ryan.
That's true.
It is all about speed on the ball, and I just don't know if Laird's got that these days. So that is my worry.
Laird's kind of like a Maya version of McDonald.
Yeah,
from North. There you go. Interesting.
Noah Anderson is, as I said, my time. And then the lucky last one. Oh, actually, my flex position is Grill. So the Cook is.
Do you like him on field though? Or do you think it would be a safer off field?
One of these guys. I have him in there because he can swap with my defense. He can swap with my midfield. I like the option that he's got he brings flexibility to my team. So that's why he's in the flex at the moment, because he doesn't have to be in the flex. It's just
he's living the truest, purest form of flex in your team.
That's right. He is, because I can move him around to any other player I want. I think that's important, especially managing the buy rounds, because we're going to have players missing. For example, I can swap him with Cook and then move, or I can move Petrarca into the forward, the midfield when it's his buy, and just opens up different avenues for me. So that's why I really like that.
So Michael Higgins said Hinge is the latest injury that you were talking about, as well as and Lincoln Beggs, I think, said as well that Laird might just get random restings again, because Adelaide were great with that, just pulling him out last minute.
All right, so my big pod in my midfield at the moment, a couple of players I've been talking to Grim about, like Clary, and I think Chris might have Clary at the moment. I like the LDU more at the moment, because he does have the no buy, which is great. Well, we've always seen it from LDU. Like, it's got to be now or never, doesn't it? Like, this guy can't just be a plotter his whole career.
And the best part about him though is that he has to earn his spot in your side, right? So he's someone that's so easily. It's like he's got a nice face, but it's very punchable. So it's kind of, he's there, and if he doesn't perform, he's day cost. Like, he's there, and you're hoping for a Hail Mary, like, big upside in the bunny run that they have. And if he doesn't perform, then he's like, see you later, you're out. Day cost, you're in. And day cost, you've already had your buy, see you later. It's the best.
Yeah. He has a stupid average against Richmond, 121 over his career. It's just amazing. But like you take in that's rookie scores as well. He's just bullied us, but he actually has scored really loud. Like you look at his last few games against Port, which is obviously his first opponent. It's 114, 117, 122. I think before that was 120 something maybe as well. So I think his last 4 games he's gone actually really well against Port. And even against the Bombers, his 4th game out of not included in that list was another ton as well, and a decent ton. So there's 2 teams that he's got really good history again. He's also got the Blues at Marvel. He's got a great draw at Marvel. So 4 of his first 6 games are at Marvel as well, where he does play really well under the roof. So I don't necessarily think he's long-term because, again, that round 12 bye is a problem. But to manage through definitely the buys and then potentially be that pivot to a guy that, be it a Goulden, be it a Dacos, be it someone like that. But we saw it with Rao a few years, was it 2 years ago, where he came out of the blocks, had the softest draw going and went 130-ish. And everybody then started to trade in on him, and then he just faded because obviously he had the soft draw and that's where he went. And that's where I'm thinking with LDU at the moment is because it is such a soft draw. If North are going to win any games this year, it's in that first 6 weeks. If not, may as well close the place down.
And everyone's thinking about the buys. I'm like, you don't go out for a good night out in the town and think about how you're getting home all the time, right? That's not fun. So, yes, you should think about how you're getting home from a safety point of view. Don't drive if you've had alcohol, right? But don't think about the buys and be like, oh, I'm going to plan everything nicely and this is what I'm going to do. You just got to let it fly. LDU, he's currently in my side as my big fly man, just over Clary. Just balls to the wall mid prices.
They're thinking of the guys because they're thinking Clary can turn into one of those blokes as well.
I just don't trust Clary.
I don't trust him. I actually trust LDU more than Clary, which is saying a lot.
I know it does, and I haven't heard LDU get injured this off season, so I think we could be okay.
No, he hasn't. He's at his best preseason in ages. I do need to wrap this up in a moment because my Bubba needs to go to sleep. I apologize because everyone's so many questions. North has a good fixture. Even if you was the last into the mid-season bias, they do. Obviously, they've finished the bottom, down into the bottom for so long. They're going to have an easier fixture. Harvey Langford, a shout out. Well, they have lost some soldiers in their Melbourne, so it's going to be Pickett. The worry is how much time does Langford start on the wing compared to in the guts. I probably would have loved to see Melbourne play in that round 0 just to sort of see how their stuff is. Young out to LDU is tempting, and that's what I was saying between having, say, Visitini, which I did have in Young, and going the one more kind of semi-premium. Like LDU has had 2 years where he scored over 110. So he has put up premium numbers before. There's no reason why he sort of can't. And Wardlaw's out too, so they do have that going in there. Yes, LDU had him before. MJ had him in his most 50 relevant, which I love. What is your thoughts on Jordan De Goey? Chris really needs to be the one to answer that. I haven't
Chris didn't like him as much because he's like, he's still playing forward and the rest of it. But there was talk about him playing more midfield in the preseason. And I know he might have had like a little bit of time off, just a smidge. I thought he was pretty good though. But you look at the price though, $330K. And the way I kind of see it is that with the buys, if I'm picking more buy players, can I top up with a few more of these mid prices that might give me 80, 90s, 100s throughout those initial buys anyway to actually offset that? So if I'm going Richards, I'm going English, I'm going some of those others, can I get a De Goey? Can I get some of these other players that are a little bit more value, like a Coleman, etc., that might miss that earlier game, but I can use both of them to possibly go 80 to 100 when I'm missing an English or Richards, a Grundy, or whoever you might have in your side. So that's the benefit of having those mid prices, in my opinion, where, I don't think he's a midfielder, but he might work into it a little bit more. I think he still had a decent amount of CBAs that will probably improve. And I think they actually need him to kick goals. I think they need him to kick goals more than Elliott, as far as that real growth point of view. So I think it's make or break for him. I don't mind it. It's an unknown though, Swizz, but I think the caliber of person and the player, and he has relatively had a pretty good off-season, you could do a lot worse, in my opinion.
All right, we've got another special guest joining us right now. So
who is it?
As well.
Is that Chris? Did he get back?
We've actually got MJ from the coaches panel. How are you,
mate? No way. He heard the chat about the 50 most relevant. Guaranteed. He heard the chat.
Most relevant.
His ears were burning.
Did not hear that whatsoever, mate. I can either confirm or deny that. No. I sent Swizz a little message earlier today saying, mate, it's going to be late, but I can slide on into the DMs if you need me to.
Oh.
So
We
happy
did
to
name
appear.
drop you though, MJ. We were talking. I think we we're talking
no.
about options, and then LDU came up in a conversation as a pod that has an early run, and I don't feel attached to him like a Dawson or someone that if they don't perform, I'm like I'm going to hold on to Dawson. Whereas LDU, I'm like if you're not performing, you're Dacos. See you later. You're out of there. You're gone. So you have your small window, and he was talking about the 50 most relevant. So that's why I was like, oh, you must have been listening.
No, it's not some kind of like, WWE Joe Hendry thing. You say the 50 most relevant and I appear.
Mate, I heard the theme music. I heard the theme music. It was definitely.
It was definitely
that would have
something
been
there,
good,
wasn't it?
Swiss. That would have been good, Swiss, having like some intro music and then be like,
Yeah.
oh, the 50 most relevant MJ.
Yeah, maybe we can work that for January next year. We'll see how we go. So it's an interesting one, isn't it, though, mate? Like we genuinely are making these interesting decisions at this point in time of year. If you're especially on the more Supercoach hardcore side of things, we've been playing around with our teams for the better part of 90 to 100 days. And we're starting to make these decisions going, I really need this. I really need that. And I turn myself both onto and off of players. Like we're in the weird week of Supercoach where we talk ourselves into players that we've never considered, but we do this week. And we've talked ourselves out of players that since December we haven't challenged. And maybe sometimes that's a good thing, right? Where we're actually challenging players that have been unleft. But every single person in your squad in Supercoach, you should know the purpose they exist.
Yep.
Are they there as a captaincy? Are they there for value? Are they there to generate cash? Are they there because I believe that? And if you are only now introducing a player into the mix, it's because of one of two reasons. One is I've been really stubborn, really strong-willed, and I've not listened, and now I'm seeing something that others have talked about a lot, and so I need to fold and just lean in and be like, I was wrong.
Yeah.
I've
like
resisted.
Petrarca. Everyone's like, I'm not doing
Right.
Petrarca, and then you see him and you're like, okay.
Great
Gotta do
example,
it.
right?
Yeah.
It's like, okay. And then the other is, I need to do something different. And it's like, well, why do you need to do something different? Like Supercoach success comes from trading. That's not me encouraging to go for vanilla sides, right? But just because you think you need to create separation in your side to start the year, I think that's not quite true, because the separation that's going to come from your side is when you trade, how you trade, who you captain, all those elements. So if you're only introducing a dynamic of uniqueness and the only lever you're pulling is, I want something different. It's like, but why? Being different for different sake is not a good enough reason. Picking LDU because he's got a great fixture, great reason. Perfectly valid.
Yeah.
But if it's not, I'm looking
If
for
it's I want to be
uniqueness.
different, I just need something. And the amount of times I've
That's a
had
great
people
reason.
say like, "Oh, what a cookie cutter starting side," but
Who
then you end up
cares?
top 500. You're top 500, and it's like, well, you trying to choose a pod for the sake of it. And the biggest point and reason, at least those getting off NAS have at least got a low score in the cycle, which could be the reason, not necessarily just trying to get rid of them for the sake of getting rid of them. But even like Kitty Coleman, the lowest score there, he's still got a defensive role. He still will probably, do better the more he plays, and they'll utilize him more on bigger grounds. But everyone sees, oh, well, his value, but now I'm going to go these other guys that are also $200,000, $170,000, $160,000 rookie. Everyone's just shuffling the money and just ignoring people that have been in there since day one.
Yeah, and I think one of the things I like doing at this time of year is, I think we're doing an episode that comes out in the next couple of days around it, but is you've got to know that reason everybody is there. Are they there as a captaincy or vice captaincy loop? Are they there because the fixture is what's drawn me to that? Is it because their perceived value based on their position? Is it the ownership percentage that is so strong I just can't get left behind on that?
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying any of these are right or wrong, but if you don't know why that person's there, if I was to bring up your teammate and have a look, I should be able to go, tell me about your D3. Why have you got him there? What's the tactic? What's the theory? If you can't
Like
answer that,
Jordan Clark, you're hoping that they're going to bang out and be the premium that you've always asked for, and you've got to jump on your mates and whatever. The whole competition, if you're hoping,
it's not
the
good enough.
right
So
course.
Jordan Clark's got to be. I'm picking him because I love the start of this Fremantle fixture. He has been a top 6 defender for me in Supercoach over the last 2 seasons. I believe that McVie is going to open up some greater scoring. I think a Luke Ryan is going to diminish in terms of his importance to this side. And then I want a slice of this early Fremantle run because of what it's going to do and an anchor. It's a great score. It protects some of the other strategy moves I want to make in terms of I want to take a risk on a mid-price defender that is going to have a buy here, here, and here. It's going to do this. This is why I'm picking Jordan Clark. No worries.
And
if it's, he's unique. Bah. Next.
And the other thing we found as well is that even if you do pick a red herring, you might only pick up a small edge between the time that they do well round 1, they do round 2, people start to cotton on, and you'll see people jump ship. They'll jump ship pretty quickly, and then all of a sudden you might pick up 100 points or 100 to 200 points on someone else based off your premium compared to theirs. Maybe not even that much, but it could be 40 points, and that seems big because they're averaging 130 instead of 110. But then all of a sudden, like people go, hang on a second, this guy's doing pretty well, that roll's pretty good, and then they start to jump ship. And then other people might be a week later or a week later. So what you think is a big advantage might only be 2 or 3 weeks and about 40 to 60 to maybe 100 points. That's a couple of bad captain calls away. It's not the biggest thing to pick necessarily the breakout or the pod option. Whereas if you go a pod option and an 80% owned player goes 160, well, you're cooked. Like you are now 40, 50 points behind everyone else just because
100%.
that person went big.
It's the picks that we love to make in December where our teams look good when we drop them into, Facebook groups, and we do them on our content pages and we drop them in a Discord. It's like,
and
look
there's
at
no
these
pressure.
Beautiful picks. No pressure.
Pressure.
You're going to get to round 1, and if picking some names, I'm going to get this player because it's unique. Again, we're just using LDU. If anyone's watching this and is picking LDU, I'm not shaming that pick. It's an illustrative pick rather than anything. It's like I'm going LDU, and I am not going to get Butters.
Yep. Oh,
it's like, okay. Right. Again, maybe bad comparison, but I'm doing this for that, and I'm doing, it's like, but what do you gain? Okay, you get some, I feel good about that choice. But Supercoach is a trading game. And so if it's a trading game, don't get yourself behind, because you and I have both played this game for a long period of time. Swizz, maybe even as you're watching this, you've played for a long period of time too. When you go into unique territories, and it's not I'm bullish, I'm locked, I'm sold, I'm committed, but you're doing it for the sake of deviation from the pack at the start of year alone. If that doesn't go well for you, let's run that gauntlet of theory. Guess what that introduces to you? A greater trading risk profile in the year, meaning you are needing to do things to catch up constantly and constantly and constantly. And so it introduces, then you've got to do higher risks in your trades throughout the year, because as a result, you're like, now I've got to do something a little bit crazier, a little bit different. I've got to get a little bit, because you're always constantly from the back. So I'm certainly not saying anyone shouldn't pick someone that's unique or different or anything like that, but saying, if Supercoach flies or dies based on trading, shouldn't your aim to be at the end of round 1? I want to get on base here. I don't want to introduce too much risk profile on my side, because you're going to get risk profile in positions that you get wrong. You're going to have wrong rookies along the way. You're going to be in love with a mid-pricer that drops, and you're going to have to swallow your pride and move it. There's going to be a premium that's break-even is in a dangerous place, and you're going to have to reflect on, man, is it going to be worth one of my 40 trades to make that move, or is it not? You're going to have that naturally. And if you haven't, you're in rare air territory, friend. Well done to it. So I'm a big believer of your starting squads is pick who you want to pick, know why you've picked them, but don't put yourself in a position where ownership percentage is another risk profile that goes alongside injuries, role, buy structure, and all these other elements. If you want to mix that in, no worries at all, but don't treat it different to the others.
Yeah, and the other thing I'll say with that as well is that sometimes those who pick uniques tend to not stop at one. So it's kind of like, hey, I'm putting some chips on a roulette wheel, and I'm kind of covering the board in 2 spots here. And I'm like, hey, this feels good, this looks good, and then you sit there, and then they spin, and then you're like, and then you just start putting all these other chips everywhere else, just hoping that one hits. Like, you know, so if you have a good feeling about someone, then yeah, sure, back your feeling, like the players, have a justification for why you have that player, but then just don't go like, oh, well, I'm picking uniques. Well, while I'm doing uniques, let's just bugger this person off that everyone's got, and let's just pick someone that I haven't had all preseason. Don't even know if they're fit. Don't even know if they've actually got the right role. Don't even know if they haven't had any interrupted preseason, and let's just back them in for the sake of it. And that's just territory there. Swizz, you all good? I thought you were at the barber, mate. There was an empty chair, looked like a little neck collar going on.
It's firstly, thank you, MJ. And that usually you're around the corner for me, but you're around the corner from Ben tonight, I hear. So
I'm in Brisbane tonight. Where are you, Ben?
I'm in Brisbane, mate. Where are you?
I'm not giving South Bank territories. I'm not. I was about to tell you exactly the hotel I was staying at.
Oh, all right. No, if you're South Bank, mate, you're in good territory. Oh,
okay.
You there for long or what? There for long?
Fly back Thursday afternoon, just in time to correct course on. Actually, I'm not really making any Carlton or Richmond player picks outside of Jagger, so I'm pretty comfortable through there.
Do you have the grill man? No grill man?
I do have the grill man if he gets named. Yeah.
Just put the Eon grill, and if he goes bang, then just pick someone that's not playing.
And don't put any of those boys in your flex. That's all I'll tell you. Don't lock that position away too early in the round, just in case a few things do or don't get your way.
That is true.
That's great advice.
It could be worse. I think I put Sheasel on the bench with an emergency in his first week. So I mean, things happen.
Life goes on. That's true.
We're just having a chat about pods and trying to make sure you have a reason why. Oh, you did hear. Okay, there you go. See, look.
I thought the bubba is crying in the other room, so I was like just trying to deal with that at the moment. So yes, it's as always, as you guys know, the little ones can.
I'm a long way past that, Swizz. Mine are all.
Yeah, I was going to say, mate. We're all about the under 50% neglect here, mate. So you're fine.
I love that. Right,
I actually had the little boy kind of crying and calling out like hello, and then I was just waiting for the wife to go see him.
So I'm not going to do a lot of talking. I'll put through these questions. I'll let you guys discuss it and stuff. And
we'll go MJ. MJ gets prompt.
Hello. I met Michael the other night. We did a live show a couple of nights ago, and I got to meet Michael in person. He is such a legend of the Supercoach community, absolute star. All right, so thoughts on picking Selwood rather than Carroll or Blamires, if not picked, or even if picked. I think Selwood's going to play a fair bit of footy to start the year. The Dogs ecosystem looked solid, but he would be my parachute pick rather than build-around option through there. Outside of the third quarter, where a lot of the market share of the scoring came through him, he didn't score great outside of that. And alongside of that, Bailey Dale, I have never seen him play a worse game in the defensive line, and so much market share normally funnels through him. So as a result, I think Selwood is fine, but no more than fine for me. I would be opting other places. I think his job security is pretty solid, but I don't think his scoring output is going to be super high. So I'm on the quieter side of Selwood, and I don't like those other two options much more either, if I'm honest with you.
If someone says it's fine, run for the hills. It's fine.
Your wife has said that to you before, hasn't she, Ben? She said, how do I look at you like...
During coitus? Maybe. Yeah, I think you're right, though. And the teammates know as well, if you're having a mare like Dale, then they're not going to go through you as much as they normally would. Whereas if he's on a heater like typical Dale, they'll be like, get the ball to Dale. Yeah, that's just any teammate will be like, you're on a heater, let's just get everything through you. Like when Naz is on a heater, not tagged, everything runs through you. So if you're having a bad game, I think teammates are kind of go, they might second question. The next time they're going to use you, they might just extract and use other people that are doing the role. So, yeah, no, I'm with you there. Even I think Selwood's in or out, depending on if you have a spot that needs filled. rather than I'm just locking him in, because he's kind of in and out of my side depending on if there's a spot free, not if I'm making a spot free. Yeah.
Yeah.
Swizz.
No, I'm just going to let you guys talk so I'm not wake Bubba.
No, I'm asking you to move the fucking question, Swizz. That's the thing. I'm asking for the prompter, Swizz.
I think it's only going to help it if McVeigh's impact to Jordan Clark. I think it's only going to be a beneficial piece. I know sometimes we can think, hang on, another quality ball user, another player in a defensive unit, that's going to hurt a market share. But so much of how Fremantle have moved the ball had been largely Luke Ryan as very slow and metronomic, and then Clark as the dynamic. Everything I can keep getting out of Fremantle at the moment, I think Luke Ryan's on his last legs at the club in terms of that significant role in defence, and McVeigh offers that dynamic ball movement that actually can help that switch and that transition to open up the game. And what that can mean for a player like Clark is it's not all only funneled through his side. It actually means he can potentially pick up those other 45-degree kicks and angles along the way. So I believe it's actually going to be a beneficial thing for Jordan Clark, not a negating piece, especially with Supercoach, where it's weighted to that ability to get chains and involvements going. It's not like AFL fantasy where it's just only the pure +3 for that, +3 for that. When you're involved in the impact points of the game, Supercoach rewards that. And I think Clark actually has an opportunity to grow in that. What's your take, Ben?
I'm similar. I think so. Ryan will probably have to defend more than he's had to before. If anything, he'll do more of a sacrificial role to, I think, lock down. The thing I even note from last year, even for the preseason this year, Jordan Clark is the quarterback. So when the ball goes into defence, he's actually pushing beyond the contest to be that last outlet handball back out. He's the one that's actually pushing, working really hard deep into defence to be that person. He is someone that can break lines. He can take it on. He's not afraid to make take his choices and use first disposal. But then also when they have a stoppage out on the wing or even up towards the midfield, he's still that quarterback from last year. And I just don't think that Fremantle utilise that as well. Having a new person come in, I think, will help complement that. But we already know Young's in the midfield, so it's pretty much then you've got McVeigh in that sense, Ryan playing more of a sacrificial role, if anything. And I think Clark has one that's probably people have slept on. Now, I don't know the logistics behind it, but my gut feeling says that he has a 5-point upturn if they utilise him more in that quarterback role and actually give it to him to break lines, rather than I think last year they didn't use him as enough or as much as he could have. So he did break a few 50s. He was super consistent, going hundreds or whatever with a couple of big scores. And I think he could actually push from 105 towards a 110. But I don't actually have anything justifying that outside of I'm hoping Fremantle will use him more. And that's we spoke about. That's the justifier.
I agree. I haven't told anyone since the start of opening round who's in my team, because I get out of opening round and I clear the decks and I start again. We have talked about. I've picked Jordan Clark at D3.
I like it.
So
I've had Rosie in my midfield to put Whitfield and Clark in D1, D2, and not even pick Sinclair. I haven't even picked Sinclair.
No, get around it. I'm here for it.
I love it. We've had a few.
I don't mind.
We've had a few things.
D3 I like.
And Godfather may have dropped the fact that his ruck line is all rookies tonight by accident. that is meant to be coming out.
It was Andrew R1, wasn't it? Andrew's R1. Who was R2 again?
I love that, man.
Oh, no, it was a Geelong Ruckman R2. So it might have been
Edwards R2 and CCJ, I think, from North in R3. And he just said, he said you're only playing 22, not 23 because of the flex. So I'm just going to play flex and who cares about the rucks, which could work out really well. If there's no injuries, concussion, it could work out exceptionally well, because the justification was, if you had $520,000, are you playing, Tom DeConey, or are you playing Luke Devs-Uniacke? If you had 600,000, are you playing like an English, or are you playing a Richards? So that was the justification. He's backing in mids over rucks, thinking rucks will drop. So then he's just going to low line the rucks and hope that the flex will provide him enough cover until the buys, and then he'll be able to drop like the opening buys, and then be able to try and pick up a ruck cheaper.
once it presents. So it is a good strategy. It's balls to the wall, but he's a winning type person though. So that's his philosophy. He's making those decisions to win. It's not making a decision to feel comfortable. He's always been a win it or not person. So
yeah, that's correct. Our Supercoach Insider code for everybody, 806357, if you want to join our open league while we are talking about that.
I'll join. I'll get in. Keep it up there for idiots like me, Swizz.
Yes, there it is.
Thank you, Mark.
I'm using my phone to record right now. My wife took the bedroom over. So I'm in the downstairs spare bedroom where I'll have 2 kids crawl in overnight.
Is Philippou a possible bust?
Nah, I think he'll get better. He's so cheap, dude. He's picking otherwise. Lombard's also as versatile.
Yep.
Like,
right. If he was priced at 300k, sure. But at 150, no.
Oh, and he still got some CBAs too. Like, yeah, he'll get better.
Yeah, the role's good.
Darcy's interesting though. Didn't get towed as much by Andrews as I thought he would. But we also didn't win like I thought we would. So that was a good game of footy though. We needed that game of footy, to be fair, because it was a bad weekend of football outside of that game. Collingwood Saints was pretty good for half of it, but those first 2 games were smacked. Oh man, I just don't like key forwards in general. Pick them up on the dip, like anything. It's if you see someone,
aren't you, Ben?
Oh mate,
that's all it is, right? You're hoping it's Essendon and West Coast, and you're hoping to pop. When I don't,
you're hoping. But key forwards, the best way, if you're going to say, hey, by the way, Supercoach is like a stock market.
Right.
Are you buying everyone a high? You're starting people you think will be there at the end, and Darcy could definitely be there at the end. But then if they're not midfield, they're not getting the CBAs, they're not getting disposals, they're reliant on goals, contested marks to get their scoring and possible hit-outs now and then, they're going to dip. So buy at the dip. Think of it like a stock market. You're not going to buy crypto at 120,000 knowing that it is versatile. Like it's going to be volatile, should I say, up and down. Just buy the dip. Be smart. Buy the dip. Still want them. I still want Darcy, but buy the dip.
Spot on. Good call.
That's probably the most sense I've made in the last 12 months, I think, Swizz. Buy the dip.
Sure is. Oh, here's a good one. What are we thinking?
Ooh, I can't even see. You're going to have to call the lineups here, Swizz, because my phone's preoccupied. And my hands.
Let's see.
Carlton Richmond. There's Walsh. Walsh is a VC if you're into it.
He's bringing it up.
Bring it up. All right.
No, that's us. Okay. Carlton Richmond.
It's Walsh, VC. It's the other one.
Here.
Oops, Swizz.
Yep.
I'm just getting PTSD right now.
No, I've got it.
Oh, mate, I feel ya. No, self-soothe. Let him cry it out.
Here we go.
Rightio. Bombers, Hawks, no.
No.
Jeez, what a poor start to the season. Bont or Richards against GW could be an option. Geelong. Here's my worry about Freo anyway, because Brayshaw I thought would be good. Sarong could be good. Young, if Young doesn't play, Brayshaw's getting tagged to the ground. Probably pulling Anderson if he's lucky. Yeah, correct. Maybe get 100 each if they're lucky.
Luke Jackson, if you're going that way for a little bit of a ceiling flyer in VC, Geelong Rucks could be favourable. Jordan Clark, I don't mind. You want to go a little crazy.
Grundy, if you have Grundy, could be good, but English didn't really set the world alight. I think it's probably more end of the week, I think, is where most of the good stuff's happening. Port, Dacos, I think Butters is a good one, and Dacos. Yeah.
Again, Alex Neil-Bullen has tagged Dacos previously, but if you think about the Crows midfield at the moment, regardless of the game style and St Kilda and what we saw on Sunday night, is you think about the Adelaide Crows midfield and how much has been made about the lack of it. They're going to have one of two options with their midfield this weekend.
Yeah.
Either incredibly inexperienced experienced players like a Charlie Edwards that have yet to debut, or incredibly underdone for players that have not had a lot of preseason. Peatling, Saligo, Berry have not played a lot of footy. So either way, it's not feeling great for that Adelaide Crows midfield. So they're going to have to require a Keys or a Nibble and a push-up.
And it's at the MCG as well. So nice big ground for Dacos to towel.
Dacos into Butters feels fairly favourable if you just want to get on base.
I think you're right on that. I think you're right.
I don't mind a little bit of Noah Anderson if you want to go big at the end of a round. But Dacos into
I don't know about you. I feel like sometimes the end of the round captain, like the Sunday captain, is like doom. It's sometimes you're kind of like waiting for that Sunday captain, and then it feels worse because you've waited 3-4 days for a captain that hasn't shown up. Sometimes it's nice to lock in a VCNC early in the week. I think you're right on that sense. I think Anderson, if you have him, end of week, Butters for sure, Dacos if you have. Jeez, it's tight pickings, isn't it?
If I was on Walsh, I'd legitimately throw the VC on Walsh. If I don't have Walsh in my side, but if you were bullish on him, he fits all the criteria you want. Early round, favourable matchup, point to prove to start for so many different reasons. This match comparatively to how they faded last week, to what that narrative that came against Richmond 12 months ago, there's a lot of pride that gets stung in the moment of that. And Walsh was still a pretty solid scorer last week and didn't do a lot after half-time, as did most of Carlton. And so and imagine this, you're walking into Friday knowing what your captaincy score is potentially already. Does that change your Ruck 3 tactic, your fear of Lockie McAndrew if you're popping that 145? Because again, you're going to have some safety nets. We've just mentioned, I feel Dacos is safe. I feel Butters is safe. And so if you are don't pick Walsh just because he's got one nice matchup, because now it affects all your other strategies. Like if you're into Bruin, if you're into Jagger, if you're into Dacos, like that round 2 is going to get chaotic for you, and people aren't factoring that round 2 bye where there is some pain through the midfield now. But if you were,
if you have Dacos, maybe no Walsh. If you have Walsh, maybe no Dacos. I don't know if you can carry both and Bruin in. And not only that, but then also the flip side is you get a nice comfortable 115 for VC first game up, and it's a real awkward end of week. The other thing to say as well is that there is a Cherry VC option. I don't know if I'd put Cherry captain. Cherry VC could be good if you did have an Anderson at end of week.
Yeah. It's fair share.
Whereas I think I'd go Butters captain more than I would otherwise. So if you went Dacos, Butters, yes. But even I don't know if I'd go. I don't think I'd go Ruck as C this week based off the run.
I'm not doing that at all.
No, but I think a Cherry VC, if you don't want to back in Butters or someone else, could be a way to go. But I think you're right. Dacos, Butters, Anderson, Walsh, probably your best run, I think. Swizzy?
Don't mind English. Were they Giants? Is that who?
Giants
played the Doggies. I don't mind English on a bit of bridge.
Where are they at though? Are they at Marvel?
Yeah, they are. I don't mind a bit of English into on Briggsy.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried. Like when Riley O'Brien gets overtaken because he's struggled with the ruck change. I think some of the bigger, slower wrestle types would be good around the ground. Like even a Meek. Like we already know that, Meek's still got the job at the moment, but Hawthorn are just itching to possibly change that up as well. So, I mean, with a Reeves, who's a really good tap ruckman, the rules, I think, suit him as a CBA guy, but I just don't think he does enough around the ground. So I think there's a lot of caution to those who are, if they don't do well in the first few weeks, I think you could definitely see Briggs maybe even get overtaken by a Madden. You could see Witts, if Witts isn't jumping, also get overtaken by a Moyle. If they're more mobile, if they can still run, if they can jump, these younger ruckmen, if they're more versatile, rather than a stand and wrestle kind of try and tap down, then you might see a few of these old dogs get ripped up.
Yeah, good shot.
Love it.
Look at me. I know a few of the VFL guys. uh,
Yeah, I got
Butterick.
thoughts on
I'll go
Butterick.
MJ. Is it Butterick? Butterick? Can't believe it's not
Butterick is
butter.
how I've been going for.
Butter. Okay. You got it.
Butter into Buddha. I think we've all been crying out for a forward in that value territory that we can have some level of optimism for the first 6 weeks of the year and jump off sharply. And of all the options in that sort of 250 to 350 range, Butterick has one thing going for him. He has one part of his price cycle moved, and he has an ecosystem role that Bailey Dale functioned in. That said, Bailey Dale, outside of quarter number 4, was horrific. He was terrible. And that's okay because he's had an injury-interrupted preseason. He's barely got going, and he finally looked closer to himself as the game went on. I thought a week ago, Cogs and Clary looked cooked in that community series game. They looked so out of it, so half-touch behind the game. And then you watch them on the weekend and you're like, oh, you're right in the mix of this. Now, I know there's some Hawthorn issues that sit inside that as well as it. But for me, Butterick has a favourable role. He sits inside a scoring price point that we're looking to get something accessible. He gives us a nice easy parachute option at the buy if we need it. And he's already got a part of his break-even cycle is in motion that is already really favourable comparative to his price and what others in the range are doing. I think he fits a lot of buckets to be filled that we're looking for in our starting squad, but I would be taking your expectations away from, I think it was a 104 he got on the weekend, bring that back towards an 80s. Just to balance that level of expectation. He's only like 50 or 60K off the price point of a Willem Dersma. And so let's see him as a slightly inflated rook, not on anything more than that. To me, all the variables point to great role, already got 100 in the rolling cycle to start, gives us an outlet option if we need it, sits at a price point we want. Like it ticks a lot of the options and enables a lot of other things. So to me, I'm picking him.
He's almost the emergency handbrake, I think, and it's always the Russian roulette with him. Even Canelio, the guys that have had the one good score in their performance already. That if I'm like, okay, like I don't really need him. I already had a functioning forward line without him. DPP, defensive forward. If he does continue to do well, it could add some versatility to my team. But the big thing is, it's almost like FOMO / if he does well again. So if I don't pick him and if he goes 100 again, I now have to use one trade to bring him in next week. Whereas if I have him and he plays and he makes me one price jump and then he spuds, I can still move off him, making a small amount of cash to the person who's about to hit that bubble. So that's where I'm kind of sitting where, and even with the Canelio, and I don't like him necessarily, but I'm like, if he does it again, like I know he does, Canelio didn't have the midfield role, but the rest of it. But it's same as with Butterick. If you go with, or Butterick, the Buddhas, pray to your Buddhas, but if he goes big again, 90, 100, I'm like, I'm going to have to get this guy in. Even if I don't like him, everyone's going to get this guy in. If they don't already have him, they're bringing him in because he's going to make cash. He's got the role, et cetera, et cetera. So I feel like I just have to bring him in. I just have to. And that's one of the, like, he's not only 20% owned. But if he goes big again, anyone that doesn't have him is going, it's almost like the Taylor Walker syndrome where you're like, oh my gosh, short-term cash play. I don't have this guy. Do I want to do it? Except this one is cheap enough that you have to do it or you're going to be left behind. Right. So sometimes you just have to put him in and then change if you need to, but know that you're not attached. Which is why I like, don't go the Dawsons or the premiums that you feel attached to sometimes, because attachment can be the cling of death. As I tell my wife, just give me some space. Just the cling of death. But if you're attached to a player, if I don't even have any Brisbane players in my side except for Kitty Coleman. Like if you're attached to players and you're sentimental, sometimes you hold on to them for longer than you should.
You do.
Don't be sentimental. Don't be a clinger. Swith. Oh, and thoughts on Dawson. Wow, what a segue. No buy.
It's like you
Most
planned it.
impact of the game. He did. Was that up there when I made that joke, Switz, or were you just segueing?
No, I already had that up there, segue.
Good
It's in
man.
your subconscious mind.
I don't know. Did Dawson outperform, or is he just one of those? The game could suit him well, though. You're talking about scoreboard impact, forward of centre, can kick goals, can really get a lot of score assists and the rest of it. Dawson fits the mold for someone who could really break a game open. Is he him? That's the question. No buy.
For my friend Global Sports, if you don't think he can average anything over 100, under 120, if he's under 120, y'all ain't starting him. And I mean over the first 6 to 8 weeks of the year, not by the season's end. So you got to go through that fixture over the first 6 to 8 weeks because he's priced at, 113. He's coming in off that average of last year. So for him to hold value for you and for you to do that, the two things I'd say over the first 6 to 8 weeks, one, is he a captaincy and vice captaincy option for you every single one of those weeks? And if he's not, you might be heading into a territory that just because he doesn't have a buy doesn't mean he's a good pick. The second thing is if you don't think over the first 6 to 8 weeks of the year you are as confident as you can, and Ben's pointed out some really great ways of how he could be that guy, the absence of options, the absence of buys, how the game style is manoeuvring. These are all very valid reasons to be able to consider a Dawson. But if you don't say, yes, he's 120 plus over the first 2 months, and he is someone in the first 2 months when I have the smallest volume of captaincy options available to me, if you are dropping over 600K and that player is not in that range, as I think they could be a captain, you're playing Supercoach with your heart and not with your head. And if you want to succeed in Supercoach, you've got to lose logic and reasoning along the side. And so don't just drive the heart. If you want to do that, go and pick an AFL fantasy team. And pick all your heart choices over there. Play that game because the community is better when we do that. Go and do that.
No, it's whose line is it anyway? The points don't matter. Yeah. The points don't matter over an AFL fantasy.
It's all of those things. So I just make those choices. If I look at the Crows fixture, let's see whether or not do you see a world where they could average over the first 6 to 8 weeks of the year that he goes 120 plus. So I'll walk you through the fixture of the Crows, and then you can tell me.
Hang on, MJ, you pointed out the best thing I think I've ever heard in my life. The start of the season is when we have the smallest window of captain options that we will have all year. As we get more premiums, we're going to have more VCNC options throughout the whole year. So that initial period before you upgrade, that is the smallest window of VCNC options you will have for the whole season. Which I hadn't actually thought about it like that before in that specific light. So you really need to make sure you have VCNC options available because you only have a few. And that's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's big.
And so if Dawson isn't that, and now Global, I'd say to you, if you're like, I'm confident he's 120, and I look at the fixture and I look at who else is in my side and I go, yeah, it can change in round 2, but right now on a Tuesday evening, I think he is. Back that sucker in. But let me roll you boys through the fixture that the Crows have over the first 6 to 8 weeks of the year. Collingwood at the MCG, the Doggies at Adelaide Oval, Geelong at GMHBA Stadium, the Dockers at Adelaide Oval, Carlton at Adelaide Oval, St Kilda at Adelaide Oval. Round 7 is the Lions at the Gabba, and then Port Adelaide at Adelaide Oval. And then one last little just nugget of juice for you to help you consider. I know the coach's panel mantra is give you the information to make the decision, not tell you what to do. As much as my heart sometimes wants to tell you what to do, is I'll just say this. The round 12 bye, Adelaide is on alongside Port Adelaide, North Melbourne and the Suns. Who else from a premium territories are you anchoring your side around in your starting squad and targeting as a trade target through there? It doesn't mean you can or can't start certain players, but it limits the options that could become available to you when you lean in. So if you're in on Rosie, if you're in on Butters, if you're in on Petrarca, if potentially there's, I don't know, a premium forward that I failed to mention in Harry Sheasel.
Oh, or any Brisbane Lions double premiership player that might be a premium. No,
I'm just saying that's later, but all of a sudden, like round 12, like it's limiting your scoring power. On that so you're now putting Dawson going, if you're starting Sheasel, if you're starting Rosie, if you're starting
Sheasel.
Just those three alone.
LDU's out.
It's not enough of it. It's not saying you can't. Don't hear me telling you can't, but it's minimizing the options available to you for trade during the season. What happens if, just a hypothetical if, George Wardlaw finds health and fitness and starts banging out when he gets back to that side, 110, 110. That's an option you're going to start considering. What happens if a Josh Richelli holds the midfield role that it seemingly is his to start the year? You're going to want to jump on that before the bubble, or an Isaac Rankin. Once he comes back from suspension, all of a sudden is popping through. Hang on now. Noah Anderson is real. He is really becoming that one. So I'm not telling you not to do it also. I'm just saying balance.
Or Jamara Ugle-Hagan starts playing AFL footy.
Oh, my goodness me. So there's so many options through there. Maybe Caleb Daniel. Okay, I'm getting ridiculous now.
No, you're right. No,
I'm just trying to suggest.
No, but you're right, though. So as in LDU was kind of a last minute in what could I do with the fixture? But the same thing with Adelaide and the rest of it. So as in even with Sheasel, with everyone else there, it's just that. And that's why I hate the Suns, though, because they have the early buy and then the early buy. But then you can't justify with the early draw not picking Petrarca, right? So the Noah Anderson's a different one where you can say, hey, the early fixture, inside, outside, high time on ground, high efficiency, no row, Anderson could absolutely towel up, but then you're still going to have the first buy. So that's the balancing judgment where I'd say look at your list and who you're, like anything, who are you fixed on and who are your negotiables. So then who are your non-negotiables in your side, who's flexible, who's actually up for debate, and then work backwards from that. So go, who do I have to have? What is my fix? What's my negotiable? And then work it out based on balance and then go from there.
I get what Lincoln is saying. What Lincoln is saying, but that is untrue. A player is priced at the upper end of what they actually have done. And so to say they are overpriced, I feel you, Lincoln, I get the sentiment you're trying to say, but to say he's overpriced, he's actually priced at what he scored last year. So let's not build these false narrative phrases that
especially
we go, he's
overpriced.
And premium midfielders, right?
Yeah.
Where we go, now, is it unsustainable? That's different.
Rucks, you could argue.
Rule changes, the game has evolved and changed.
Yeah.
That's totally different. And again, it's not being harsh on Lincoln because, you've only got a certain number of letters you can get a comment in.
Even segue Bontempelli. He's overpriced. It's like, well, no. Even when he came back and had 6 weeks off, he was banging out big scores and he's versatile and he's consistent and he's a BCC option. But you pay.
Yeah, like he's been a Crow for 4 seasons and he's scored 16, 10, 17, 13 number tons. He's had 2 seasons over 113 and 1 over 109. And so is 3 out of 4 seasons 109 plus and a guy priced at 109. 113, that's not overpriced. That's fairly priced. What I think Lincoln's, and I'm sure you can jump in the comments, Lincoln, if you want to tell me to sort off, that's fine. I think what you're trying to say is I don't see the growth of scoring element that takes him to that 120 territory. I don't see how that happens. And I actually agree with that. I think for the Crows to get better as a side, it cannot be anchored off Jordan Dawson putting the cape on. It's got to require Richelli, Rankin, others dynamically to change this midfield for the Crows to get where they need to get to, which is not just making finals again. Tick that box last year. You did that. Now it's actually about showing you belong in September and winning the games, and Dawson alone is not the way you get there. So I get your sentiment, but I would strongly suggest that the way you phrased it is not quite helpful for community think.
Shout out to Big John 2777. His last name must be Farnham.
That's my
his last name must be
account.
Farnham, I reckon. Big John must be Farnham in the last name there, because you're the voice trying to understand it, I think is what he's saying there, MJ.
Oh, don't you start.
The voice of an angel. Hey, but you are a radio man.
I am.
Beg me wrong.
I am.
So you do have the voice for it. The voice of an angel. 2 primo rocks and only 2 primo defenders. This is the balance section, though, isn't it? That's if you're here's the big ruck dilemma, though, because there are a lot of rucks that could be top 2. So putting in your 2, if it's a Cherry, it's an English. What if Grundy keeps going? Yes, there's a flex, so you do have a safety net in that. But there is a big unknown based off preseason, based off round 0. The rucks haven't exactly gone to town. Now, rucks are notorious slow starters, generally, outside of the fact I think Cherry went pretty big and then kind of dipped off. But generally, rucks, even when we're talking back to, what's his name? Bloody Big Fremantle, the biggest ruckman we've ever seen in our life. What was his name?
Aaron
Sandilands, right? But even then, it would be like slow. And then the second half of the year, these rucks would just dominate and just average monster numbers. Grundy last year, end of season, monster numbers. Cherry came in, end of season, monster numbers. So it's, is it the ruck rule, or is it the fact that these big guys are kind of working into it and trying to negate the fact that they've spent all preseason trying to figure out these new rules themselves? So maybe they're trying to work out what they can do, what they can't do. Can I touch it here? Can I not touch it there? And then once they actually figure that out, they'll be able to dominate. So I think the rucks are the biggest conundrum that we've got, whether you back them in, because there's a world where Cherry's only 20% owned. And with their bunny run to start, if he figures it out, it could be a huge misstep for those who don't own. But then on the flip side, if it's how it has been presented before us, and if he drops 100, 150K, anyone that's on board is sitting there like the Titanic, like, how do I get off this guy? Like, if Vicentini's doing the exact same thing for $380,000 less, you're like, I have a conundrum. So how are you positioning yourself, MJ, with the ruck line? And this is a great one from Swizz, putting up stuff from Steve as well. With the rucks and the rookies and some of the number 1 rucks that are cheaper, how are you positioning yourself with balance, or are you backing them in, or are you kind of staying away from the ruck line?
I'd love to stay away from it if I could. If there was a way to farm out extra forwards and defenders, I'd be really thrilled with that. I think the other element that sits alongside that is we've got to watch the games that we've seen. And we do need to take a consideration of the oppositions and the DVP components that have come through that. But the game was moving sharply and fast across all 5 matches across the weekend. It was fast football. And that is an element of the new rules in effect. But it's also teams have spent all summer training certain things, and they're not yet at the phase of, that's not working for us. We need to amend that. We see that in round 4 to 6, let alone bad weather, injuries, toll of the game. There's a lot of variables for why the match slows down. We see more stoppages as the year goes on, which is where rucks ultimately are getting their scoring components to land through there. So I'm not opposed to a 2 premium ruck approach, but I'm not doing it. I wouldn't talk someone out of it, because I would hope you've done that thought processing yourself. But for me, again, I'm happy to tell you who I'm running with. It's English, it's McAndrew and Vicentini on my bench is what that is looking like. English to me is the ruckman that has got a favourable fixture. I think he's got the upside comparative with the rules and how it sits. And he's also rucking in a side where there's no role sharing that's coming through there.
Yeah.
So he's ticking all those elements.
He looked good though. Like, he didn't score. He didn't score, but I was trying to tell Chris, like, the visual, the eye test, I was like, he actually looked good. But then Chris was like, we didn't score. I said, no, but like he was there, and there was one matchup where when he did happen to kick the goal, he pretty much was burning past the Brisbane ruckman, and his work rate was so high. Visually, he looks fit. He was jumping and pushing out some taps from centre. Sometimes you have to actually back in the visuals as well as how well people look, how fit they look. Are they jumping? Are they doing things? Not just their score. and how many hit-outs they had, how many touches they had, etc. Yeah, and he looked fit. He genuinely looked fit. His kicking was good. His kicking was accurate. They didn't always use him, but it was also a little bit dewy up in Brisbane. I think there's a little bit of rain. It's quite a narrow ground. It's a hard centre surface, and they're against the reigning premiers who were dominating for a lot of that game. So it's not that he was best used either. No. And if Dale and everyone else is dominating on a larger ground, I think English could lose other rucks, whereas at least Fort was kind of at least tracking him and monitoring him compared to Fort's mobile. And so some other conversations are saying like, oh, but he like ZZ and Fort, he didn't really dominate them and they're easy rucks. I said, well, maybe he didn't dominate as much in the air, but they are versatile rucks that can run around the ground. They are fit rucks that can run around the ground and actually manage him, whereas and Name Curvis or some of the bigger guys like Cherry, yes, if it's a wrestle, that he might not win that wrestle, but on a tap out on CBA or around the ground or a larger ground, English looks fit and would just stream. I don't know if it was at, and I hate it because it was a bloody, Western Bulldogs, but him streaming through the midfield, and actually there was a Brisbane ruck that had about 3 meter, 5 meter gain on him, and he just waltzed past him and just kept burning him and got the lead on the run. No ruck does that. No. And he has a high ceiling of 200s in the past, and I don't think we'll go 200s again, but that high ceiling being useful and can kick and can change the game, I think there's not many rucks like him.
Darcy Ford is a harder matchup than people realise. If you go looking through some of the DVP threads of last year, Ford is a challenging matchup that runs through there. So you've got to take that into consideration as well. What he does in his positioning is very, very impressive about how he moves. And so I think you've got to take that element of English into consideration that sits through there. And then with McAndrew and Vicentini, I feel like I've said it a few times on our podcast. I know you guys have talked a bit about them before, and with our Spud brother on earlier rolling out his chaotic rucks, I'm sure it came through. But I have zero concerns about McAndrew being overtaken again by Rob. The Crows know what Rob is. He's a very phone box ruck. He's one of the reasons the Crows midfield was dysfunctional is too strong of a term, but limited in its function because you'd only get it to the foot of your feet. And then as a result, there was no creation of spread and movement, which meant a Crows midfield that was very flat-footed and doesn't have any dynamic movement outside of Rankin last year. Rochelle certainly is going to come into that. It, of course, means a Saligo, a Dawson, these guys, they're always forced into contested ball winning because there's not the shape and space created through that a ruck. And McAndrew does that for you. And then Vicentini, comparative is the same. Josh Carr is in a luxurious position as a coach where everything he does this year, nobody is going to be like, should have made finals. When you're a first-year coach, everything is a free pass and you're allowed to experiment with a bunch of new toys and tools because you yourself and the fan base has been reset to believe we do not have to be that. And then the very last thing I'll say on both of those things is because the Supercoach community, we go, they look terrible after that 1 week. Get them out. And that's our worry, right? At these two price points, at $300K for Vicentini, the rookie price, McAndrew, we go. And then I've got to fix my structure, and then I've got to trade out Bontempelli, and now I'm doing this. And if that's the worst case scenario, like that is the worst case scenario, who cares? You're going to
it'll be buys at that point too.
And it's buys, and it's best 18. So you get 3 weeks to fix it. It's fine. It's fine. So that's your worst case scenario, is you swallow your pride, the premium goes, and you fix it in a best 18 ecosystem. Yeah. Who cares, right? And it's just one of your fix-ups. But this is what I'd tell you about spending a little bit of time behind the scenes in some AFL clubs, is I'd tell you this. Coaches are just like you and I. There's an element of pride that sits there. They have spent since November, if not earlier, training and planning and making moves around players and structures. The fact that Sweet and Rob did not play through the community series at all, they didn't roll share, they clearly are backing these two South Australian-based rucks to have the spot. They are not going to hit the abort button after round 1 or 2 because what does that say to them, their coaching staff, their selection committee, and their fan base. After a fortnight, we wasted our summer.
Even the
They're not gonna
players.
do that.
Even the players, they spend, if they go round one and bang a board, then the midfield will be going, hang on, we've been training with this guy's our number one all preseason, and now this is some, like the other person.
They're not going to do that.
There's
They're gonna give
no
themselves
trust. If,
a couple of months.
or they think if they have one bad game, they're out. There's no faith. There's no Chris Fagan backing your players in. So I think you're right in that sense, as in backing your players in. And if they have the role through the preseason, if they have the role in the games and they have the role for round one, then you go 1 + 1 = 2 plus another 1, and you just have to back it in. And I think
And it
you're
frees
right.
up. You're getting value. With Supercoach, you want to get value in on-field positions, in secure scoring components. And number one rucks that are not role sharing that are one of the best scoring anchors we can get in Supercoach. And so to get that at a 300K and a 120 odd K, and then to be able to redeploy that premium where there's not as many concerns at R2 as you might have as now. Now I can fix my D3, I can fix my M3, I can put Petrarca in. I didn't know how to get him to there, and I was finding random ways to get. I can get that. I'm happy. I would happily put a Vicentini type or a McAndrew type on my field, comparatively, with the exception of Jagger Smith, of any other rookie. McAndrew is the only other rookie I feel that could match the scoring capacities, if not beat Jagger. And of the 300K guys, what do you want? Role security, favourable scoring of the way Supercoach goes to, hitouts to advantage, friend, which turn into scoreboard impacts. Boost. You don't get that kind of crap from a small forward at 300K that you're hoping gets into the forward line and moves into the mid. So I balance all those elements out. Now, not everyone wants to do that, and that's fine. But for me, value informs my structure, both in who I pick and whom I put on field, and then I work around those other elements.
I think value is key, particularly. And you remind me of a good point as well. So I remember back when the Suns were getting flogged, Wits would just, his whole strategy was tap it straight to his feet and then try and lock it in. You know what I mean? Whereas now with Anderson, and you have some of these more dynamic types where they actually want to get on the outside. And if you're at Port Adelaide particularly, or even Adelaide, they don't have the contested players, or with Crouch and some of those other issues that they're having. They want the speed, they want dynamic, because that's how they got exposed last year. So they actually want to try and get the ball on the outside. They want to get that clear open space. So that's a big thing for me, particularly even with Port Adelaide. You go, okay, well, we want to get that ball on the outside. So Sweet will probably be good with trying to tap it down with some of the contested stuff. But if you want to get on the outside, you don't need the wrestle. You don't want the wrestle. You don't want the stoppages. You actually want to use, if you're putting Rosie back in the middle, with your Butters and with the others, it's like, yes, you've got Drew, you've got Wines when he's there. They're the contested types that can lock it down if a team wants to. However, we want the ball on the outside. We want the Bergmans, the Rosies, the Butters. We want, everyone else to actually try and run and actually take that ball on and get on the outside and play fast. And I think you're also right in the sense that everyone's trained fast, everyone's expecting fast with the out-of-bounds rule, with the tap rule and the rest of it. That reminds me of St Kilda, and I can't think of his name. Not Newman. I'm trying to think of his name. It was years ago. He's now retired, but he used to dominate the first 4 or 5 rounds of every year. And he was a midfielder, and he only retired, I think, last year. And he got pushed out. Anyway, it's going to annoy me. But he would dominate the first 4 or 5 rounds every year, and then everyone kind of goes, they've been training their own system, training their own format, and then watch him and go, oh crap, he's really good. And then after that point, he'd be accountable. People would tag him. They would actually change their system. And I think outside of the fact that Naz tore people open, Collingwood's like, we'll put some pressure on you. Geelong know they don't have the strongest midfield, so they're always going to build pressure on their other midfield and try and negate them into a bit of a scrap to try and get it on the outside. Whereas everyone else is back in their formats, and that's what they do. Until 6 rounds in, you go, oh, we're crap, or we're not good at this as compared to other teams, so we're going to try and limit their strengths by trying to lock this down or lock that down, or try and transition it more from defense, or try and lock it into the forward line more. Teams will adjust their strategy based on how well they're doing compared to their opponents, and they're really good at actually adjusting that. But it's, at the moment, you're right, it's a free-for-all. The first 4, 5, 6 weeks, it's all attacking. And I actually see rucks and contested midfielders probably getting better after the first 6 weeks, when teams kind of realize, hey, we need to lock it down more because we're not great. We try and transition, we try and play fast, but we're getting smacked the other way.
Yeah.
And Carlton could be one of those sides. Carlton might go, hey, we want to play this free-flowing transition footy, but maybe we actually need to have Cripps in there, locking it down, scrapping it with some of these other real good contested players that we have. Because when we go on the outside and we play free-flow, fast footy, we actually get exposed going backwards more than we do trying to actually play that contested, let's kick it, let's be predictable, let's try and scrap our way to a win. So it's going to be interesting, I think, how teams change after the first sort of month or two.
Good call, man.
I can't think of his name, though. Bloody St Kilda. And I don't have my phone either.
You'll wake up at 2 a.m. and you'll be like, it's him.
Oh, mate. I know.
David
I'll
Armitage.
scream out his name. I'll scream out his name. And the kids will be like, who?
I'll hear you. Apparently, we're close to each other. Well, at least for the next few nights. So.
South Bank, mate. South Bank. And it's a good spot, South Bank, too. You won't be there for the footy, though, but the Pineapple Hotel near the Gabba actually plays football. It's the only place in town that will play football with the sound on. The only place in town that will play AFL with the sound on in all of Brisbane, I reckon. There's nowhere like it. So, no. And I think I'm going to have to get together with some mates because if Daniel Annable debuts for the Lions, cracking kid. So I taught him briefly. So he was at my high school, know quite a bit about him. Bumped into him a few weeks back, maybe about a month ago, just in the shop, said hi, had a chat with him. Another guy who was equally as good, did his ACL, so he's now in the Brisbane Lions VFL trying to make his way in. Yeah, super nice guy, like the best leader, the best young player you could imagine. Just a ripping guy. And I heard he's been hanging out with Fletch. So talk about also hanging out with other good role models compared to some of the other, like, look at me types. Super impressed. So that's where I might be heading this Saturday night to watch the footy with some other teachers and staff, or go to one of their houses. But I think he's in this week. I mean, I don't know about you, but Lions have got a big challenge this week with ZZ. If he plays Ruck, if Draper's named, or do they put him in defence because he's a key defender by Hart instead of Andrews, instead of Joyce? Does McCarthy play forward? If he comes in for Bailey, does he play defence? Do they push Coleman forward? So I think the Lions will actually be an interesting watch this week. And bloody, I hear Kernow's laughing the whole way to the bank. As soon as that whole elbow came up and knocked someone out, he's been sitting there rubbing his hands together. I don't even know who's going to take Charlie Curnow.
Your guess is better than mine.
Gardner's out. Leicester? I mean, Leicester's played against Cox and some bigger types. Is he mobile enough? I don't think he's mobile enough or physical enough. No. So Dizzy Gardner's out too. So Joyce is not mobile enough. I mean, imagine if they put ZZ on Curnow as a mobile type. Or it'll be a Leicester, because Leicester's done 100 jobs in the past. But then if Leicester's on Curnow, then who are they putting on the other key forward for Sydney? So it's going to be
Marty and McDonald.
Yeah, Marty. I mean, ZZ could be on Marty.
We didn't even answer the other question. We got on a deep dive Swizz on Brisbane and the existential crisis that this team that has made 3 grand finals has had in a row, how they're going to handle round 1. That's where we got lost in.
We got so much depth that we're trying to work out how we're going to shuffle the cards and the dominoes to make it through. To be fair, I did see Swizz disappeared, so I was like, how are we going to – you know what? I just want to talk about my team for a bit.
You were patting. As one host to another, I appreciate how it works. The question, I think, was about Dante Vicentini and what do you do with R3? And you gave like 4 different options. Yeah. Higgy, the answer is yes.
Thank you, for changing the question. I don't have control of these questions, by the way.
No, I've figured that out very quickly. The answer is yes, Michael. That's the beauty of what Dante can do for you. That's not the reason why you can't do the questions. It gives you all those options, and I like options and pathways. Blackiston getting ruck status in 6 weeks' time. Yep, that's a play. Brian coming in, that's a play. Getting to a cheap option, that's a play. You want options in Supercoach with your trading, and that's why Dante's so accessible and an option. So there's no specific one outcome yet, Michael, that I'm married to. That's what you never want to get to, is you don't want to have an anchor trade that you have to make out of your team at a certain time. That gets dangerous. You get forced into something you don't like. But because he gives you options, I like it. Don't have to do it, but I like it. Yes.
7. Oh, yeah, that's a lot. 3 to 4.
So think about what your team's scoring is going to be in that week. And then while you're bolstered in the other rounds, other people are going to be in rounds 13, 14, 15, where you are going to be stronger with premiums. They're trading into premiums as well. And so you are raising a risk profile of rookies to really perform well for you. I would say to you, if you could only pick 4, Kath, who are those 4? Pick that 4. Because if you end up with a 5th as a trade-in during the year because they sit at a value space, there's still money to be made, all those things, because now you rule yourself out of anybody in that buy
you
round
just can't pick
to
them.
trade into. And now for half of the season, you are now have 4 teams that are inaccessible to you for premiums until round 13. So why are you locking yourself in?
And even if you have a good thing, as soon as that buy is over, everyone's trading into them anyway because they're the most upgradable person. So what you thought you had, you're doing well, and then you get stuck in the mud. Everyone kind of goes past you, and the advantage you had, everyone then just trades into, and then you're still behind. So it's kind of like double jeopardy, really.
Too many. Unless you're only playing for leagues, then knock yourself out. Knock yourself out. Dan.
Yeah.
If it's only for leagues, knock yourself out. But if you're trying to win 50K,
Anywhere under a 6, 7. I hate it.
You think you'll have 5?
No, I hate it. I think we'll have 5. Perfect.
I think most will have 5.
Oh, yeah. Outside of Kirch, I agree.
Agree. Same.
Yep.
Don't you start, Joe. Big Joe was at our live event on Sunday night as well, and he worked the room like an absolute magician, that man. An absolute
He's a schmoozer.
Joe.
He's an absolute schmoozer.
If he was my lawyer, I would give him power of attorney to my entire life, and I wouldn't even realise I've signed for it. He's just got that abilities about him. He's just an absolute workhorse. Right. I love Joe. He's a star.
The ability, and the good thing with Joe, real quick, is that I might have only met him a half a dozen times, handful of times, and he always makes me feel like family. Like he's so happy to see me. He's like the best guy out there. Like absolute genuine schmoozer. Love him.
Yeah,
and you can't say that about too many guys like that you only see a few times, but he just makes it like a big deal. Like he's really happy to see you. He's an absolute ledge.
Spot on. Rookie
coach. Is your voice broken, Swizz, or are you just afraid to wake the baby up? It's your firstborn, right? Yeah. Just talk, mate. You can make noise, right? The firstborn will make more noise than the second one will ever hear, and then they sleep through the night, mate. If you're silent,
he's not worried about the baby. He's worried about Mrs. Swizz. That's what he's worried about.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
mate. You've changed. Is that the biggest insult we can make to a 40-year-old? You've changed. Evening, lads, with some teams running Rosie in the midfield. Hey, that's me. To run Think, Whitfield, Clark, D1 to 3. What's your take on this? I think there's so many premium midfields that have the buy that if you are wanting to run a Rosie or someone in the midfield because you bank them in to be top 6 in their line, as far as you will need to have them at some point and they're at a good price point to get now, rather than try and pay for a 600K person that might have a buy. You can then wait for that buy to surpass, hopefully pick them up at the dip and then continue to roll. So I think that's the kind of logic behind it. Even with Petrarca, I've seen a few when there was some options with, there's just so many good midfielders with a buy. And I think if you can kind of limit sometimes the buy you have, depending on how you play, I think we've now moved into more of an AFL fantasy kind of type with 40 trades, 2 trades a week, most weeks, trying to be really aggressive. If you can avoid as many of the premium midfield buy players as you can, and it doesn't mean just picking a random pod. It just might mean like, hey, I really like Rosie. I think he's top 6 Rosie. I might put him in my midfield and still fill out my defensive line. And then that way I'll upgrade midfielders as we go. I mean, it's just a different strategy.
I also like that it gives you the option to look at Blackiston, Windsor, Fonte, McKercher, Bergman,
Yeah.
and be able to build out a few extra of those mid-range options you like, and giving yourself that parachute to be able to go, oh no, that didn't work, and then not having to trade into that same sort of range is you can then be able to go, oh, just using a name again, not saying it's not going to work. Oh, Blackiston didn't get where I wanted in round 1 or 2. Okay, I need to correct. Oh, Xavier Lindsay. Yes, I got him on your podcast. In your face. I'm a little keen on Xavier Lindsay this year. All of a sudden, you can go, oh, Rosie goes back, Blackiston becomes Lindsay, and away we go. So I like that it gives you options, but to your point, Ben, it also protects some other elements. So that's always a helpful thing for me, is not doing it just for the heck of it, but if it's like, it gives me the chance to do this, it protects me to do that, it opens this option. Yeah, I know it feels natively wrong to you, but every year needs to be treated with a unique nuance and a new focus. You can't just copy and paste previous strategy threads from one year to the next and go, that worked for me last year, it'll work for me this year. You've got a whole new set of cards and a set of new players and a set of new price points and a set of new rules. This year, you cannot just copy and paste strategy. You've got to approach it with a new thing. Maybe you wouldn't have done it last year, but this year, I think you can.
And I think that's the thing. There's so many mid prices this year, and there's some like good rookies, but then there's also, it dissipates as well, where, you know, if you're standing on the edge of a cliff, you'd be like, oh, here's a rookie. Oh, the rookies are gone. Like, it's in, and we say that every year, where some will show up for sure, but the ability to then go, okay, well, with the players out there, just shifting those lines slightly and taking those other mid-price options, it takes the pressure off picking a yes, you still want a Bontempelli and a Rosie, for instance, but it means you might not have to pick an LDU or a Walsh or a Goulden that have the buy and then be able to trade into them and still keep your midfield numbers intact. I think it's a good strategy. I've got XL2. What do you mean XL?
Xavier Lindsay.
Oh, I thought you were talking about something else, Joe, mate. I was like, come on, mate. No need to show off with the XLs.
No, I've long been known for my deep love of Josh Kelly, but now that he is all but done as a fantasy footballer, I need to find a new one, and I can't just cherry pick a Nick Dacos now because that looks too cheap. So you've got to go early to own your boy, otherwise you're a hindsight bandit. I'm going for Xavier Lindsay as my new boy. And so I've told you 4 players I'm picking. I will tell you a 5th. I am picking Xavier Lindsay.
I must admit, with the chat that we've been having and that so many players for the round 12 bye, as much as I do like LDU to start the season, because of the soft draw, I think he's finally got to show something. I have been playing with Visitini in my side as my flex. The one guy, because I do not like Canelio at all. And I've been chatting with Grimo all day about this, and me and him always back and forward, back and forward, and back and forward. The one guy that has been in and out of my side today, and I was playing around with it, the only way to fit Visitini back in
back and forward
is Xavier Lindsay. So there is a world where I get on board with this as well.
Come on,
what's the price point? Price point. Talk us into it, MJ. Or maybe talk us out of it. Talk us out of it.
Do you want me to talk you out of it? Because I don't know if I'm going to do that to my heart. Talk you into it. Okay.
No, I'm just saying, I say talk us into it, but then you'll bring more masses to the fold, right? So
okay, that's fine. Well, he's in 2% of sides, and okay, I'm all right with that. So here's
right.
MJ, before
we are struggling. Yes.
Before you go, the one thing that does draw, and I'm sure you're going to bring this up, but he did have a sub-affected 9 game last year in his score for starters. And he has had other sub-affected scores last year for the fact that he scored averaged 50. So I'm sure you've got the round numbers, and I was doing the maths and I can't remember it off the top of my head, but do you know his average without his sub-affected scores?
No, I would never dare take your numbers away from you, Swizz. Lead us on.
No, that's just weird. I was going to actually double check it. So I'll let you talk, and I just want to double check because I'm pretty sure it's actually very juicy.
So what I'm hearing, guys, is that he's a sub risk. Is that
last year? Maybe.
He's a sub risk.
Right.
Let me give you 3 reasons why you should be considering Xavier Lindsay as an option. Number 1, we are all honest with ourselves. We do not like the look of our rookie benches at the moment. So we are looking at that, even, no Farrow getting named. For a lot of coaches, it's like, crap, I had that sort of 160 Rook on my team and now I'm in struggle. So for just 70,000 more on a Willem Dersma, you get to a Xavier Lindsay. So for just 70,000 more on top of a Willem Dersma, you get to a Xavier Lindsay. So I'll just a dollar handle point, leave that there for you. Number two, he's moved into a defined role that has been seen from the very start of preseason and then validated across every dot along the way. And that's all you can do, right? Is wanting to see treads and threads validated through practice games, intra-clubs, community series. And that role has been Xavier Lindsay taking kick-ins and playing across the halfback. So he's got a defined role that we know is very favourable to accumulation. Number 2.B, for sake of trying to squeeze, when I said 3, I'm just going to go to more versions that sit inside of that. He has no buy elements, and a lot of our mid-price options, you've talked about premiums, Ben, just moments ago, he does have no concerns of those off-on movements and can be that threat. If you're going Bruin and Smith and Dacos, Goulden, all these guys that we have in our starting squads, or a lot of them, that are going to be in and out, you're going to need some anchors that can run through there. He is that. If you're getting worried about Hayden Young and the injury news that's coming out, that he's off the field, on the field, training, not training, he's 100K that it slims up for you through there. And then he has had 90-plus scores last year across the wing. He now sits inside a unit that we are going to see a lot of ball in that back half of the Melbourne side. Not all of those shots on goal are going to be accurate, and the volume of the ball that I am forecasting that is going to come through to him at 70K over our highest priced rookie, to me just goes winning, tick, 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 tick. And as much as he's my new boy, I have no problem making a Supercoach selection based on my head and not my heart. I will pick him in my keeper and dynasty league and then just hold on to that forever. That's totally fine. But to me, if he needs to go to anybody else as early as next week, I'm all right with that. I'm totally okay with that. But all the variables lining up nicely of the narrative and threads I look for in a player, both in terms of role, scoring, consistency of opportunity, the volume and value that it provides for me to be able to push a Jagger Smith to M8, or even put Lindsay at M8 and look at Smith at my flex, which you shouldn't do, but you could do that if you needed to. He just gives you those value elements. So if you're struggling for mid-price rooks, it's like, well, could you actually have someone like a Tanner Bruin at M7, a Lindsay at your flex, and now the Dersmas, the Grills, the Sharps, that are the higher priced rookies that we're going to have to pay for this year. I don't love Carroll. I think his job security is questionable. Blamires, but let's wait and see if he gets named at North Melbourne, but I'm questionable about that too with so many injured players. I just think there's enough elements that for me that go, yeah, you're probably going to want a couple of those sub 300K guys in your midfield, and probably a couple of the 300K guys if you want to have some big, strong primo forwards and some big, strong primo defenders, and one, if not two of the Dacos, the Butters, the Bontempelli, the Richards, these guys. If you want a couple of those, I think you're going to need a couple of 200K guys, and I like that role a lot.
I'm gonna jump in here. So I've even had Jager in the M9 kind of spot at a couple of occasions, and it's not because he's not an on-field scorer. It's because, as what you said, it's the lack of depth necessarily, or the confidence. And I say confidence probably mainly so in some of the rookie options, because we already said if there's two more players throughout the game, there's going to be, instead of 40s and 50s, you might see 20s and 30s, which we've already started to see as well. And the rookie cash gen could just tank. So that's the part of it there where, and not only that, out of the first 5 rounds, there's a buy. So I'm definitely going to be using Jager on field. After that, there's DPP, so I'll be able to put, Buderick and stuff into defense, and then I'll be able to actually move some of those players like Geelong, bloody what's his name, into defence, and then put Jager on
Bruin?
field. Yeah, Bruin.
Yeah.
As you can tell, it's been a real quick off season for me. I've come in 0 to 100. So Bruin, into defence, but then that opens up a spot for Jagger to come on field. It then actually provides that. But even then, it's only 2 out of the first 5 rounds that he might possibly on bench or loop him. The other thing I'll say as well is that you're talking about those mid-price options and stuff as well. It is kind of a sprint now to top primo. It's kind of the old school, and that's why I don't like necessarily going expensive premiums, because you feel bound to them. You feel like you can't negotiate. So with a Lindsay, if he doesn't perform, you can go see it later. And even though he's your boy now, inverted commas, you're still happy to change because there's that mid-price option where you can go 1 down, 1 up, fix your side, no issues, change it. And it's really easy because you're halfway in. Whereas if you have a Dawson and one of those other guys that have been spoken about before, you almost feel like you want to hold on to them for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, too long sometimes, and back in your guys. Whereas it is now kind of the new age of sprint to the finish. You want to almost get full primo by the time you hit the starter buys generally, and then hopefully use a couple of luxury trades to sideways premiums through the buys to then elevate you to the back half of the season. Injuries pending, but that's generally how it structures up now. It's kind of like those mid-price guys between round 6 to 12. You want to be going 1 down, 1 up, 1 down, 1 up, 1 down, 1 up, 1 down, 1 up each week, to basically go bang, 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 here's 5 more primos, and you're launching. So I think it is very well suited now to have a lot more of those 200 to 330K guys this year, particularly this year, than others. And it could all fail miserably, but if it does, I'll burn trades to get it. I'll just burn trades. Two mid-prices to a primo. Yeah, exactly. Go down to a rookie.
Down to Carroll. Oh, no. What a disaster. I've now got 150K to play with. And the last thing I'll say before I think Swizz has done his numbers is there was one team last week that gifted marks to defenders ridiculously. There was a thread that was very accentuated on the weekend, but it was definitely validated from what we saw last year, and that is St Kilda are happy to defend and let players just kick the ball around defensive 50 as much as you like. Guess who St Kilda has this week?
Lindsay?
Melbourne.
Just going to put it out there. Won't be as big as what we saw on Sunday. Ross Lyon will correct that without question. But they are happy to let you kick the ball in your defensive 50 as much as you like, and they will defend you out of their forward 50, not inside of it. And for a team like Melbourne, that losing possession of the ball is the way they're going to get heavily scored against, I can see just the time that Stephen King says, you know what, let's just handbrake the next 30 seconds here and take 3 or 4 uncontested marks. Let's try to set up the midfield with a young midfield core. Let's just take a little bit of time on the game.
Yeah. 5 possessions, long down the line, lock it in. Maxi, go and do your thing. Repeat. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah. That's it. Possess, long down the line, predictable, lock it in. Bond's the big one. He is expensive. I think he's the most issue with preseason to now. Like, he looked exceptional in the Victorian side. I don't know if it's soreness or the rest of it, because we saw his role change when he came back in at last year. He played a little bit more forward. So I don't know if it's his sore or just the matchup against Brisbane, trying to exploit maybe the defensive line of Brisbane by playing a taller mid, or backing in Richards and those other guys to do it against the midfield matchups. It's hard to know with Bevo necessarily, but all I know is that Bont had huge DBAs in the preseason. And then in this game, he pretty much went like 30% forward or something, or higher numbers forward, kicked 3 goals, which is where his score came from. And Brisbane got dominated on the outside by Richards types. So again, Bont is still a VCC option. I don't think they have the easiest start to the year. But yeah, it's Bevo. MJ, do you trust Bevo? I mean, I trust Bont to still rack up 115 to 130 numbers in that range, but are you paying?
Yeah, I'm not too worried. My advice to you, Corey, on this scenario would be you should, if Bontempelli is one of your safety net captains and vice captaincy options for the first 6 to 8 weeks of the year, if you are dropping him down just to afford rookies, are you actually dropping down to another one of those options that could sit inside that space? Thank you, Michael. He knows this to be true. I've also have several bits of ice for you that you could buy. And no, I'm not talking recreationally.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to say, I'll call you Olaf.
Yeah. And so that's the wrong philosophy. Thank you. Appreciate that. Let's get your frozen characters right. Is don't take your best your best premium mid down only to afford a rook. Wrong. That's not where I'd be looking to get it from. I would be looking for it is going, if you're picking Bont, you have to be so sold that not only is he going to be a 125 to 130 guy for the season, that he will do 130 over the first 8 weeks of the year. Otherwise, you are back to a point I think Lincoln brought up, to use the word overpaying, because the magic number is at its highest point and it is its most aggressive at the start of the year. And so because of that, if you don't hit your average at the bare minimum, you are going to drop in price point. Now, is it going to be enough that it makes fading Bont to start a good decision? Sure, you're going to be banking on some 90s to get there for it to and multiple for him to get anywhere near the 650K for you to feel slightly validated that it was a good decision.
Or can you afford him?
And then can you afford him?
If he bottoms out too early, can you?
Before it gets there. So that's all there. So I would be saying to you, if you are worried about the depth of midfield rookies and the scoring elements you've got there, is Bontempelli a play? Absolutely. I would challenge your value and mid-price options in your midfield and other selections that you haven't challenged first before you knock out that options. So in your mids, you've got Bont, Dacos, Butters, Walsh, and Goulden. So I would say to you, Corey, do you have a
buys?
Yeah, so you're just running in, out. I'm assuming you're a Jagger Smith. If you have a Tanner Bruin in there as well, round 2 in the midfield is going to hurt like a mother for you, let alone everything else through there. And I would suggest of those names through, again, Butters is your anchor. I don't think if you have Bruin and Dacos and Walsh, I do not think you can start all three. I think Bruin for value is more critical. I think Jagger, if you don't have him, is just why. So to me, it is then down to, do I love the value of Walsh? Do I think he can do it? Or is it Dacos and I think he can do it? Because that from a structural piece is a bigger question. And that 5, like Corey, I don't know the rest of your team, and so there's lots of stuff. I know I'm going to out him here. He's a Patreon for us as well. So I chat to him a fair bit behind the scenes. Every single week we do a Q&A. First questions from Corey Blackledge. I love the brother. He's everywhere and I love it. Is I would say to you, have you not got a Hayden Young? I know there's some injury risk, right? But have you not got a Hayden Young as one of the best value mids? Are you not considering a Darcy Parish as, when fit, is 100 mid?
Xavier Lindsay?
Xavier Lindsay. Thank you. A disciple has been made. Are you not looking at a Tanner Bruin? Are you not looking at a Stephen Canelio who's given us an anchored 120 that we can base us off already? And so these are guys that either have inbuilt value due to injuries or performing in a space, and by going so deep in the midfield, my worry for you, Corey, outside of how you can get the expensive mid coverage through there, is that is a lot of awesome captaincy options. You have 5. But what the heck does the rest of your team look like? Okay, you got Bruin, Young, and Smith. Mate, round 2 is going to suck for you, Corey. You need to fix that. I know it's only 1 week, but it's going to suck for you. You are not going to get enough good scoring options on field because you're going to need 3 playing rookies to jump on field. You're probably going to have to move someone down and utilize DPP. You are probably only going to get 22 scoring options. And to only have 22 scoring options of a viable 18 in the second week of the year, bro, not good. Let alone every other week of the buys you are in your midfield losing a captain option. You're losing one every single week. And so you're always a little bit behind. I think you're in love with what your midfield premiums looks like. And I think as great as it is, if you actually function out your team over the first 6 weeks of the year, I think you'll be able to find a better option. You're not far off. I like what you're doing. I think I can see what you're trying to do. And I think that's a play. But I think some players need to change to get you there.
Oh, MJ, I lost track. You're like in, out, in, out, in, out. I'm thinking that's Swizz's favorite game. And then you said it's going to hurt like a mother. And I was like, oh, no, Swizz. And then you said you got to fix your team. It's going to, what'd you say? It's going to suck. I'm like, oh, no, it's Swizz.
I'm so sorry.
No.
It's Brisbane's
that's my
Wi-Fi.
brain. It's my brain. And I'm sitting there going, very valid though. You, especially all those players, early buys. And the issue is that every time you lose it, now the good thing with early buy players is that every mid price you have can almost, if you have two mid price players, it can actually offset your buy primo. So if you've got two mid prices going 80, 90, and you have a primo missing, well, then that kind of offsets it with let's imagine your primo goes poor, but then that mid price does better than the rookie. So it actually offsets it. If it's 80, 90, your primo goes 90, your rookie goes 80, compared to a rookie going 60 or 70, it actually kind of works out. So sometimes if you have one less, it actually works out all right. But I feel you. Swizz.
Both are fine. Just pick one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
good
I think
advice.
you're right. Alrighty, MJ.
Right.
I think this has been good. I've been enjoying MJ's company and Swizz saying nothing, so it's been great.
No, it has been. I think we will round it up there. But thank you to everybody that's come on tonight, all the viewers, the fans who have actually left comments has been amazing. You can obviously hit us up. MJ, once again, where can people find you?
At Supercoach Insider. No, it's at Coaches Panel. Pretty much everywhere. On X, on TikTok, on Facebook, YouTube, any of the audio podcast places, we're all there. It's been an amazing preseason from the entirety of the Supercoach community. I think the content as a community just keeps getting better and better for people to make better decisions and having more to consider. So, yeah, it's a privilege to be part of such a great community. And then if something we've done throughout the preseason's added value, then, man, our team's done our job.
Man, I've listened to the top 50 for I didn't even know how many years. It's been great. Like even over Christmas and stuff, you know what I mean? Like as in over Christmas, Spotify, you'd be sitting there hitting the next thing, mate. You do a great service. Absolutely.
Cheers, man. No, happy to serve the community. Our team love doing it. And while obviously people see a lot of me and hear a lot of me from it, there's like 7 or 8 people, inside of our team beyond just me and Minnie and Jordox and Kane, who you often see the most. There's like 5 or 6 other guys that are behind the scenes that are doing research and social media and challenging our ideas and, really, really helping us. So, yeah, no, I'm very lucky to be a part of a great team at Coaches Panel and let alone a broader Supercoach community. There's just, it's super special. And when you get to see them and meet with them and collaborate with guys like you just go, yeah, man, this game is fun. And the people you meet are just legends in life. It's beautiful.
Yeah, you can tell the guys that just love talking footy. Swizz, are you going to do another team reveal before the season's out, mate? Or what do you think?
Well, I'll be at the footy on Thursday night, so I'm going to say probably not. It will be, I'm pretty sure the Code Sports or Herald will have something out. So,
Swizzer, can I ask you one question before you go?
Yes.
Can I ask you a Supercoach Battleship team reveal question where I say a position and you tell me who's in there right now?
Yep, absolutely.
Ooh. I like this
battle. Before we just do that quickly, just to our fans again, Supercoach Swordplay has also put out their article as well. SCI for 10% off. Unbelievable. The portion that we get back on it, we just donate to the Royal Children's Hospital as well. So definitely get involved, guys, because the contributions.
We'll make money from it, Swizz. Joking.
I know they've sold quite a lot of copies, and I think it's up to 600 pages or something this year. So amazing.
Oh yeah.
From
Ryan, Janice, the rest of them, great guys for sure.
Good dudes.
All right, hit him up. Segue, Swizz, go on. What's the battleship? Let's go.
So I'll give you one, Ben, too.
Oh, okay.
Swizz, I would like to know your M4.
For
Okay.
me, that's Sam Walsh.
Sam Walsh. Okay, so running deep. Okay, I think that's running deep.
Okay, interesting.
And Ben, who's at D5? Current team. I know it's hard when you're on your phone right now. I'm putting you in a spot. I'm just going to screenshot that. In fact, this is a screenshot, Ben.
Mine's a Melbourne player, so yeah.
I got Kitty Coleman. Kitty Coleman at D5 for me.
Kitty Coleman. Oh, there you go.
Yeah. I don't know, probably not what people are expecting. I think his ownership's tanked big time. But
Good. I like it.
My one
it's
for you,
only
because you can't get away with this asking and not answering.
Oh, come on, I've told you like 6 people tonight.
No, yeah, D5.
No, I want to know your M9.
Fine. That's like the most boring one I've got for it. No,
Yeah.
it's not. It's Sam Grill.
Okay.
Hey, me too. Same.
Yep, interesting.
Hey, we're grill buddies.
Yeah, that's why I thought.
Grillers.
I just knew you had a lot of rookies and mid prices floating around that midfield. I just kind of was curious to see, if you were just kind of the boring interchange.
Well, what
bench
about
and something a bit more creative there?
M8? What about M8?
For me,
Is that everyone's the
Jagger.
same?
Yeah, it's just
Jagger.
Jagger, mate.
Okay,
I'll tell you
right.
this. I got 5 guys on field under 150. Just 5.
Oh, 5. Can you beat that, Swizz?
Under 150? No, I've
Under
only got
150.
on field. I've only got 4.
3.
Come on, baby.
I've
Look
got
at me.
3. Guess my 3.
McAndrew,
Jagger, McAndrew.
Marshall,
Yeah,
and Jagger.
Marshall.
Yeah, Todd Marshall.
Nah,
Oh,
wrong, Swizz. I already told you just
Jack?
before one of them.
yeah, one's
Jax?
Jagger.
Yeah, Jakes. Yeah,
Yeah, Jake's, Jagger, and McAndrew.
yeah, they're the 3.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, not Todd.
Marshall's my 4th.
Poor Todd.
I know,
Poor
poor Todd. Although if Robertson doesn't get up, then Toddy will be in there. So, he'll be the reject. I'll pretend like he was my firstborn child, and I'll say, mate, you're in. You got your debut. It'll be like Levi Ashcroft. You were the sub. Nah, scrap that, mate. You're actually now best 22. I apologize. You're my firstborn child. Yeah. No, it'll be interesting. Keen for teams to be announced, actually. And I think don't overthink it. If you're late to the show, just build your team as the week presents. Once the teams are announced, get your Thursday squad sorted. Friday, you'll get that time between 5 p.m. or whatever it is once the announcement for the weekend games, and then focus what's in front of you between that hour or so between the Friday night game, and then build your squad. See how you go. And if you're not sure, emergency someone, and then adjust accordingly. So,
Exactly.
yeah, you got plenty of time.
Plenty of time. So thank you to the fans. Thanks, Ben. Thank you, MJ. Thank you to Joe. Thank you to Steve. And also thank you to the Godfather for everybody that jumped on tonight. It was amazing. And yeah, we'll be back very soon. Catch you later.
Peace out. Bye.